Hello, hello. Happy Saturday. We're back for day 2. Hi, Sapphire. Hi, Rhiannon. Diginanigans. Good to see ya. How's everyone doing? Song's pretty good. I don't know if I'm gonna be able to listen to this radio today, though. This spooky radio. I wish it played more music and less, like, ambiance. How's it going, y'all? We're doing, in case anyone forget, we're doing the Solo Dev Game Jam number 9, Halloween edition. We're cooking. We got 1 day, 23 hours, and 39 minutes to go. We're doing okay. Almost 400 people joined. 7 entries already submitted. We had a bit of a false start yesterday, but after dinner, I think I came back and salvaged it. I feel bad. I tried to make use of a game template that I'd never looked at before, and that was way more complicated and complex than I gave it credit for. And we immediately ran into some bugs, and I underestimated the most important thing about game jams, which is when a question comes up, you need a quick answer. And I think I can only do that when I'm making stuff, rolling my stuff myself, or if I'm familiar with stuff. So I think trying to learn something during the jam was a huge mistake. But it's okay. We're doing okay. No all-nighters. We're trying. We'll see. We'll see. I slept really well last night. I slept a long time. I slept like 9 or 10 hours. So I'm feeling good today, which is good because we have to do all the level design today and all the gameplay programming. So then we're going to try to do the menu structure and all the sound stuff tomorrow. Rhiannon, pretty good. You slept in, took the pups on a walk, ate some breakfast. You're hoping to settle into some afternoon programming. Nice, nice. That sounds like a great Saturday. Nanigans, you're not bad. You're working on your game some more. Figured you pop in for a bit. I appreciate that. Appreciate that. Sapphire, you have the day off. Your body still wanted to wake up, like you had to go to work. Oh yeah, I mean, I definitely woke up at like 7 o'clock, and I was just like, no. And I fell back asleep. I woke up at like 9:30, 10. All right, yeah, this is what I can't listen to all day. Is this spooky ambient stuff? I want the songs. I want the fun songs. Worst parts that you know you need the sleep. Yeah. All right, well, let's get cooking. We're mostly going to be kit bashing some assets from Kenny and K-Kit, which I'm pretty happy with. I messed around with some stuff last night. I basically rebuilt the project from scratch, and I incorporated all of the assets, and I unified them in terms of scale if they needed to, because we're using 2 different ones. And we're using stuff like this, and I built them out. I did all the simple stuff like getting the roof all separate so we could like pop it off and you can look inside and stuff. I started working on the character structure, which the characters are all really simple and very similar, which is great. I've been kind of just fiddling around with the scale. I did set up a little grayscale shader that I kind of like. It's kind of unusual. I put it at the top level, so it'll just affect everything. I said I put it at the top level, but this isn't exactly top level, is it? I'll figure that out. But yeah, it's just a little grayscale shader. I don't know how to get access to the shader. Here. Here we go. Super simple shader. It literally just multiplies each color channel against itself and then multiplies the result of all that, and adds them together. So it multiplies each channel against itself, then adds each of those channels together, and then it multiplies the result. So it's this exponential thing instead of just a pure average. Because the average felt really flat, but I've done this exponential one. You can kind of see it a little bit here. It's kind of hard to see because I've been messing around with the stuff. Let me move the camera up. I've been trying to figure out what camera angle and stuff I want. I'm not quite sure yet. Maybe like this. But it's pretty high contrast, which I think is pretty honest, pretty true to like classic like Hammer films and stuff. So it's pretty nice, I think. Because if you look, this is all fairly similar in terms of contrast. Like the values aren't really, this isn't really popping in terms of contrast, but if you exaggerate it, it looks okay. Sapphire answers a question you were trying to figure out. You were wondering how to make an overall shader instead of applying it to every mesh. Yes, you do this. You put it on its own canvas layer, and then you just put a color rect under it, and it will just operate on the whole screen after everything else. Cute. Yeah, I think it'll be okay. So what I just need to do... So I implemented a simple abstract base class for all the characters, and then each character is an implementation of it. So we can shove a bunch of generic behavior in here. Right now I'm just hooking up the animation player and testing an animation. But... So we have a few tasks today. We gotta make the characters. We gotta do the level design. We gotta set up the pathfinding stuff, because all the characters are gonna use the same pathfinding hookup. I wasn't quite sure how I wanted to do that. Before the stream, I was testing out whether I could use my TileStar plugin to make like a 3D TileStar, because TileStar is this neat thing we made for Bare Necessities, which is a way of building out a pathfinding network using a tile map. I couldn't get it working because it's hard to get a 2D node to look right, to behave right in 3D, and I couldn't figure out how we would get stuff connected back through. So I think all I'm going to do is I'm going to make a floor tile. I think we're going to take our floor tile. So let's make do we want an inherited scene? Yeah, let's go look for, oh, we can get rid of this TileStar 3D shit I was trying to do. That's not going to work. I do need to remember to copy some stuff back from the add-on, or from here to the add-on. So what we're going to do is we're just going to get the floor. So we're going to make a new node is what we're going to do. New scene, 3D scene, node 3D. This is going to be called a pathable floor. I could also call it a pickable floor, because it's going to be like the same thing. The pathing and the picking are going to be very tightly related, which is why I think it's best to do this like this. And so we're going to make that a thing. We'll make this scene, pathable floor, save it here. And then what we're going to do is we're going to go in here and we're going to give it a like mesh node thing. So there's 3 floor tile. There's a small floor, which I don't think we're going to use. And then there's, because I think the small floor is just too small. Like if we go here, where's our little dude? There they are. I don't miss trying to like navigate around a 3D scene in Godot. I don't love it. I don't love doing that. But if we just drop in like that floor scene, so this is, I think, a reasonable tile size. This is what we ended up with. This is enough room for like a coffin or a tomb or whatever. Like what if I try to throw in a grave? What is this called? Grave? Just grave. And it's in Kenny. Yeah, so it fits a grave. So we can make this work. We'll probably use the headstone on a different... We'll have that be different. This is fine. So what we're going to do is we're going to set up a single tile floor, and that's going to have like a collision thing. And so we can just use that as our mouse pickable thing, as our way of figuring out where we're clicking around. We're not going to do any other collisions, any physics, any of that stuff. We're just going to do straight tile map. Essentially tile map movement. It's not really a tile map because that's not... We can't do that in 3D as far as I can tell. Well, we could do a grid map, but I think I would need to go in and, like, re-export all of the assets to make it. Building the mesh library was not intuitive to me, and I don't wanna spend time figuring out what that would be. So we're gonna take our pathable floor. We're gonna add in, so we could have a floor dirt or a floor dirt grave. Those are gonna be our two options. So let's make another node. Let's call it its like appearance maybe. We'll add a node 3D. And then so we can either here attach either this, the floor dirt, or the floor dirt grave, depending on what we need. Is this the right size? Yeah, about. So we got to make sure that the 0 position is at the top. It looks like it is. The ambient light in here is like crazy bright. There we go. Hey, Arneo. Sleep normality achieved. Hell yeah, me too. I slept for like 10 hours, which I never sleep during jams. And especially considering my rough start yesterday, I was not thinking I was going to sleep well, but I did. I guess I was just exhausted. I mean, you missed most of the stream. No worries. No worries. We're just getting cooking. We'll be doing this tomorrow too. So we could have this one, or we could end up doing this one, which is like the hole in the ground. I might actually just put in... No, I'm not going to put in both. So we'll just be able to swap that out. So we'll probably want a script. Pathable floor script. We'll see whether this needs to be done a different way, but what I can do is I can say at export variable floor flat. Should be preload. Hold on, let me just drag the thing in here. I do like that you can do that. Constant floor dirt preload UID. Actually, yeah, let's just do that. That seems like a good way to do it. Forget the export variable. We're going to call this flat, and we're going to call this hole. All right, and so that knows the two different appearances it might use, and it will just substitute in whichever one is appropriate. We'll put in the flat one for now. And then what we are going to want to do is we're going to want to add a collider, collision shape. I think we'll do an area. I think we'll do a couple collision shapes. I think this will be like, we'll do like a mouse. Like a cursor area. Call it like mouse pickup. And then we'll add an area. Am I doing this in the wrong order? We got to do it the other way. Cursor, area. I like never remember how to do any of this. No shape designed. Just gonna say pickable. make a shape. It'd be nice if we could just make like a plane. But I'm just going to do a box. Let's see what this size approximately is. Oh, I forget how this gets set up. Where is the information for these little things? It's not, it doesn't seem to be in position. Oh, it's in the shape, right. So 1.36 is the size of our tiles. And then this can be like very small. This seems fine. Depends on how much overlap I want. Shenanigans. You want your Y position to be half the height for the bottom to be at 0. That makes sense. I think it matters less for the area, but that's good. That's a good call out. Yeah, I think the height is 1.36. So our transform position, well, is 0. I think we're setting it in the shape. Oh, wait, that's the wrong thing. Just gonna call this collision shape 3D. I like to just, if it doesn't matter, let's not worry about it. Input, ray pickable. And so what we want to do is we want mouse entered and mouse exited. We're going to use mouse entered and mouse exited. And we'll use input events. Then we're going to have another collision area. We're going to have another area. This isn't going to be the cursor area. This is going to be like the path. It's not a path node. It's like a signal that you've arrived at the tile. It's like a path boundary. I don't know. Let me just call it a pathable area. That's not exactly what it is, but that's going to be like a sphere. And that's not going to be mouse pickable. This one's just going to be like a sphere shape. You could say box shape 3D. Here we could say sphere shape 3D, I guess. Provide some information. And then is this in a nice spot? Do we like this? This is probably too big. I'm going to call this the path node area. A path node is a thing that exists. I don't know. I don't know what to call this. I'm going to call this path complete or path arrival. Path arrival area. Sure, why not? Whatever. That's what it that's what it designates. When something hits this, it will consider itself having arrived at the tile. And then what we're going to do is we're going to have configuration information in here. So we'll have like, Let's look at the docs here for a sec. Let's look at A-Star 3D, which is what we're going to be using. Okay, yeah, this is what I can't listen to all day. This nonsense. I just want music. Just play me music. Not hosting a D&D game. I hope everyone's having a great Saturday. Sorry if I'm kind of locked in today. There is a lot to do. I feel confident that we can do it, but there is a lot. So if I add in a point and I connect a point, I need to know if the point is bidirectional or not. So it needs to add itself as a point. It needs to add its own position, and then it needs to describe, it needs to connect to neighboring points. And it needs to know whether those connections are bidirectional. I could just store that with like a vector 4. Well, I could store that with a vector 4. Actually, I think the way I'm doing the pathfinding, I think I'm okay. I'm going to probably spend some time looking at my bare necessities pathfinding implementation. So we're basically implementing that in this. It's a little different because you can actually arrive at the tile you're trying to get to. In bare necessities, you couldn't. You could only ever arrive at one tile next to it. But in this case, I think you actually need to arrive at the tile and then do the thing. And we'll only ever have like one thing to do per tile, probably. Like maybe you pick up candles from this pile of candles somewhere, and then you bring them over to an altar. And so you just gotta go over to the altar, the pile of candles. You pick up the little candle, and then you walk over to the altar. There's a question about what happens when you drop something, though. It'll probably just have to go away. I don't think I'm going to be remembering what's around. I think people will be pretty forgiving about some weird stuff. Like if there's just a shovel, and every time you go over and pick up the shovel, you get a shovel, but the shovel is still there. I don't think anyone's going to care. And then if you drop the shovel, you have to go back and get another shovel. I think that's fine. I think that's fine. I think that's a pretty egregious case, but I also think it's fine. Let's say at export variable. So this is where I want to do. I want like an array of points. I want an array of vector 4s. Do I? Let's readdress the bidirectionality of the pathfinding network. Oh, I actually do. I do want that. Because like the tomb, the crypt or whatever, or a grave, or at least the crypt. For the crypt, maybe I should let the player just walk into the crypt, actually. That'd be funny if that's how you die. I was thinking maybe you don't want to let the player walk into the crypt. You only want vampires to be able to walk out of the crypt. But maybe that's not it. Random Journey, you would just poof something if you drop it. Yeah. Yeah. I don't know. Something like that. It's a magical world with skeletons and ghosts and zombies. A never-ending supply of shovels can be justified in fiction. I'm not going to attempt to justify it, but yeah, I get the point. I'm going to call this neighboring tiles. It's going to be an array of vector 4. No, vector 3, whatever. And it'll just be relative vectors. So in any case, it could be vector 3 eyes. So you can open this up and you can say like, I want you to be able to access the tile that's -1 + 1. Or I don't want you to be able to... If you want a tile to have no connections, then you just leave this empty. So this is going to be a little tedious. I really wanted tile star so that I could draw this, but again, I didn't want to spend the time to figure out how this would work, so we're not going to do it. What we are going to do, I've already decided this. We're breaking the cemetery up into 4 quadrants, and each monster type will have its own quadrant. So it'll go like skeletons, ghosts, zombies, vampires in like a clockwise shape or something like that. So each quadrant is, you go to the ghost quadrant to deal with the ghosts, you go to the zombie quadrant to deal with the zombies or whatever. Because then I can at least just have everything separated onto quadrants. Because you only need to worry about digging a hole in the floor in quadrant 1. So we can separate out some of our concerns a little bit that way, I think. I think that might help. Maybe not. What we do need to do is we need to decide the scale of the game. I'm thinking something like 20 by 20 at most. I'm also thinking about... No, let's do 19 by 19. Well, then nothing belongs in a quadrant, huh? Then there's an aisle. I think an aisle would be okay. That would leave room for, like, props and stuff. So, yeah, let's start with, like, 20 by 20. So that would make each quadrant 10 by 10. That might be too many tiles. That's 100 tiles for each quadrant. Maybe let's start 10 by 10 and do 5 by 5 for each quadrant first. Let's try that. We'll see what we come up with. I do think it would be good to not have a center tile. So that I'm thinking of a central cross-shaped walkway. But maybe we don't have that either. No, I kind of want to have that because I kind of want a path for the monsters to escape out of. I think that would be neat. And my temptation to have a one-tile out hallway would be to make it so, like, if a zombie's walking down the hallway, like, you can't go down that hallway or you'll get killed. But I guess a two-wide hallway would be more neat because then you could try to dodge the zombie. Get the gameplay working, then expand it larger later if you have time. Yeah, it's a dueling pressure because in one sense you want to get anything working. But in another sense, you need to try to draw out the boundaries because certain approaches might make sense at a small scale that don't make sense if you even if you just double the approach. Like manually configuring 400 tiles is probably not doable. Just gonna say it right now, right? But maybe it's fine. I don't know. So yeah, let's start with 5 by 5 and see what we get. For each quadrant, maybe 5 by 5. Do I really want to store these as quadrants? Okay, no, we're gonna have one central set of tiles along in a cross shape. So there will be a tile 0, and we'll just expand out from that. I'm gonna forget the quadrant thing. I don't think it really matters. We're gonna forget the quadrant thing. What we're gonna do here is we're gonna say, we're gonna add a node for floors. Hey, Enochian, how's it going? Thank you for the follow. Happy Saturday. Thanks. We're working on it. Let's start just adding floor tiles. We're gonna add a pathable. We're gonna add the pathable floor. Yeah, I kind of like the idea that if a zombie gets out and starts walking down one of the hallways, you like can't. You have to, if you want to try to cross the hallway, you're gonna have to time it. Otherwise, they just are in your way. I think that would be fun because I think that might lead to like cascading failures where you're like, a zombie got out, so now you can't get to the ghost because you need to go past the zombie to go to the ghost to stop the ghost. I think I'm okay with that. All right, and let's just spiral things out here. This is how we're gonna do. This is how we're gonna do this. I'm gonna shorten this to just be called neighbors. There we go. All right. All right, this is a nice tedious activity to do for a minute here. Shouldn't be that hard. It was like setting up the projects last night. Or setting up all the project files, all the like assets and stuff. So tiles are 1.36. It's nice. At least it's like a nice number. I'm about to learn all the multiples of 1.36, I'm sure. I was debating overnight whether the camera should be zoomed out and you should be able to see the whole cemetery. And the camera doesn't move and you just move your character around. I think I've changed my mind on that. I think I'm going to have kind of a lazy following camera that follows the player pretty lazily, like in Mini Delivery. I want a little bit of that fixed camera horror that you get from like classic Resident Evil games. Hey nerds, what's up, tiles? Only technically. They're in 3D. They're 3D floor tiles. I tried to figure out a way of doing this with a tile map. I couldn't do it, so we're just gonna make pathable tiles and we're just gonna build a pathfinding network real quick. NBD, how's it going, nerds? We're making a reverse farming game in black and white. You can I made a little black and white shader that I think is pretty neat. It's pretty exaggerated. I can't wait to see more stuff in it. And we're making a game. We're making a reverse farming game. Technically correct is the best kind of correct. Yeah. It's the most kind of it's the kind of correct most likely to get you punched in the face, but yeah. You're going good. Good luck with the jams. Yeah, thanks. We're making a game called The Grave Escape. which is a reverse farming game about trying to keep all the residents of a cemetery in the cemetery. So you've got to like tend graves and altars and crypts, or the monsters that reside in them will come out and ransack the town and or possibly kill you. Mock the Zoms, thanks. Oh, Adagon, what's up? Business is now officially registered. That's great. That's great. That's great to hear. I'm sure that was a lot of work. All right, time to start doing math. 2.72. Not 2.73, 2.72. It's like my hands aren't even listening to me. Let's make sure that this tiles correctly. I think this is about right. There might be the slightest overlap, but I'm okay with that for safety. Overlap for safety. You know, I was originally kind of bummed by the like beveled thing here, but I think this is great. What I should also probably do is I should probably have a system that goes in and randomizes the rotation of these tiles when the game starts, so that they're not all exactly in this rotation. Or I just make a tool script that does the randomization once. That's probably what I do. Just a quick tool script or something. I don't know. Probably have made a tool script that just like lays these out for me anyway, but I've got this kind of cool spiral thing going on. I'm gonna stick with that. You can attach a script to the tile that does it at startup. Yeah, I just don't know if I want to do that in a web game every single time, but it's probably fine. Sapphire, is there a way to just use snapping? That way you don't have to correctly do the number and just drag it? There should be, but I don't know how to change it. Like, there's snapping at least in 2D. I don't know if there's 3D snapping, though. Let's look. Is there transform snapping in Godot, in Godot 3D? Godot 3D does have transform snapping. You can toggle it with the magnet icon. Okay, good looking out. The magnet icon. Use snap. Okay, but how do I set the grid size? Transform, configure snap. Where the fuck is the transform menu, though? In the 3D editor. I don't know where that is. 3D editor. 3D. I guess I could just search snap. Maybe it's in the project settings. Do I need to set the snap for the scene? Transform. Right near the magnet icon, is it though? Oh, right there. Yeah, you're right. You're right. It's right there. Weren't we having a conversation the other day, Diginanigans, about how we just don't want to use editors ever? Just want to do everything in code. Thank you, everybody. I was like trying to look it up on the internet, and chat is just like, it's right there, you idiot. Hey, Grumbolt, how's it going? Welcome in. How are you doing? I swear I'm not normally this incompetent. It's I blame Jam Brain. Okay, this is gonna be way faster. Thank you all. Thank you all for saving me from myself. I consider chat my workflow guru. I just crowdsource my workflows from chat. Okay, let's try not to add a duplicate. The one thing that would be really bad is if I add duplicate tiles here. All right, so I think we're gonna start with maybe an 11 by 11. Let's see how we like that. Defund the GUIs, yeah. Should make it quite a bit faster. Yeah, it's way faster. And that's what pays off in jams. Speed. I remember during mini delivery, I spent like 4 hours on like a pathing system for the cars that I ended up not being able to use. So brutal. Sort of thing that you really want to avoid. Which is why I'm kind of willing to just do the manual work here. Right, here's another, like, not a song. Just play me the songs. Axe Attack. Sounds good. It's probably not going to be, though. All right, we might change the radio soon. I can't listen to this all day. Just, like, scratch board. Should also be able to select a row and duplicate that. Yeah, I'm trying to do like a spiral shape just for fun. But yeah, I guess I probably don't need to do that. I kind of want to understand how they're laid out in the tree. Not that that helps anything, but you're right. I could get even more speed. That said, we are already at 9 by 9, which is not bad. We honestly might end up with just something like an 11 by 11. We'll probably have additional tiles on the outside that aren't pathable, and I'll build those later, maybe. I don't know. We'll see. Sounds like something that would play in a cemetery. All right, so I think the next order of business is going to be building the pathing network and just getting the character walking around. That's 11 by 11. Let's stop there for now. All right, how are we feeling? This actually is such... This is such a space that maybe we could actually just have a static camera. What are we thinking? Are we thinking... I'm thinking I want the camera angled up a little more, maybe. Maybe not. And by angled up, I mean down. So, like, you're a little more overhead. I love seeing the little guy's eyes, though. So, I don't know. Maybe a little more. Maybe a little more. -60. Hey, Mr. Magoo. You should have a little Bernard Easter egg where sometimes a sprite of him pops out from behind a wall to look at you. Maybe. That would be pretty cute. Yeah, I'm thinking a static camera might be nice. In which case, we probably want to do an orthographic presentation. So, camera maybe orthographic. In which case we can probably angle it down a lot more. If we do a static camera, we definitely want it to be orthographic. Oh, that looks a little weird though. But everything's kind of in a... I don't know how I feel about that. You think static camera would work? There isn't much space for the camera to move around anyways. Yeah, it would just be nice in terms of kind of disorienting you. But it would maybe suck because it would have some problems. Kind of like the mini delivery camera has. Almost exactly. I would probably use the exact implementation. Size, orthogonal camera, 10. Tuner nerds, on Ready, you could hide every tile, iterate over tiles with reveal animation. If you set up the spiral correctly, it should animate in a spiral. That could be fun. Oh, that could be fun. What's the weird look here at the bottom? Oh, it's cutting off a tile. Okay. This could be nice. Well, we got this kind of approximate scale here. I need to move the camera down a little. Or back is what I mean, I guess. Oh, the clipping plane is getting us. This is pretty nice because it is foreshortening. But otherwise, it's staying locked in. Maybe we do use this. It'd definitely be more playable like this. So what I need is I need to lower the near clipping plane. Oh, that's what I changed, which was wrong. There we go. Oh, boy. What did I change? Oh, I changed the size. That's not what I wanted to do. It says the far clipping plane is like 4,000 away, but that's not what I'm seeing here. I don't know. I think I just need to move it back a little more. And up a little. Maybe up a little more. Yeah, like this. This seems reasonable. Well, maybe back down because... something like this. Let's just stick with this for now. This seems okay. I can always change my mind later and do like a following camera. But if we're going to do it like this, what we want to do is we don't want the camera on the keeper. We want it out here. We're going to do it like this. I can always add a camera back to that character. Yeah, you're right, Sapphire. How am I? I'm doing okay. We're jamming. We're jamming, so we're under some time pressure, but we're feeling okay. All right. Yeah, I think this is an okay place to start. It's got room for extra tiles on the edges, which we can use for like trees and whatever stuff we want on the edge to make it look real. Yeah, I think it would be good for the player to be able to keep an eye on everything. So I think we'll have in the bottom right quadrant will be the skeletons. Bottom left, we'll put the ghosts. Bottom right. If we have fences here, which I kind of want, that makes the area smaller. Quite a bit smaller. Maybe we don't fence off every area, though. Maybe we do. Maybe we do fence off every area, though. I'm thinking about the layout. I'm thinking there will be like a central little area where you'll have the material for each of the... Like you'll have garlic in this corner, candy in this corner, candles in this corner, and a shovel maybe in this corner. Hey, thanks for the hydrate, Magoo. So let's look at our wall options. I think I want to use the fences from K-Kit. Yeah. All right. Calm down, Mr. Magoo. Triple hydrate is too many hydrates. Appreciate it, though. Yeah, you're going to drown me. All right, how's this fence look? So is this the exterior? This is like the exterior fence stuff. So this is the exterior. I think we'll have... Yeah, I'm already dead. The Kenny... I think the Kenny fences are also good. I think I want to use those as the interior fences. So I think these will be my exterior fences, which I need to remember that I need to have. So I think I might zoom out a little bit more. Actually, you know what? We're probably not going to do the static camera thing, but I think while we're setting the game up, it makes a lot of sense. I think I do kind of want the moving camera around the keeper, but let's get him moving first, and then we can evaluate what we prefer. And then I'll copy over the camera behavior from mini delivery. We'll try to set it up. Don't need to access these floors right now. What am I doing? I was testing different walls. The Kenny fences. So the Kenny fence... Okay, not the wooden fence. I want the small iron fence. This one. Yeah. Where's... Yeah, like this. I want to use this for the interior, I think. So this is about 1 tile wide. This one's about 2 tiles wide. Okay. So let's make a fences group. We can have an inner and outer distinction too. You got your fat file system read file working in your OS? Hell yeah, ship it. Ship it. All right, so let's start throwing in the outer fence. I'm gonna add one more layer of floor tiles, at least. Maybe we do 13 by 13. That would be pretty cool. From like a spooky Halloween standpoint. Why are these all just... Oh, we got up to 100. Sick. All right. Hi. You're gonna make me add cooldowns to the redeems, Mr. Magoo. I did have a lot of coffee this morning, so thanks. People are like, you know, you're gonna need to add like cooldowns to all your redeems, and I'm like, no, people are reasonable. No one's gonna spam the redeems. It'd be cool.
Illogical.
It'd be cool to play with this spiral thing, like the nerd said. I plan on implementing the stencil buffer outline. The new stencil buffer outline. I want to try it for when you're mousing over stuff. Because that was a big problem with Bare Necessities, is the player couldn't tell what was interactable. And I can't just do a simple outline shader for 3D the same way I could do for 2D. What did I say? I was going to do 13, so one more round here. Once more around. All right, we're in ads. I'm going to go get some more water in a second. Since someone made me empty my water cup. All right, what are we at in terms of count? 227. That's okay. I don't know if I want to go bigger than that. But we have a 13 by 13 grid, which will probably have a 12 by 12 playable area. Or maybe it'll be a 13 by 13 playable area, and I'll just put the fences on the outside. Yeah, I think a 13 by 13 playable area is cute. We can also have the camera still be orthographic and still follow around the player. That's feasible. Got to now, legally required. Yeah, let me go get some more water. 1 second. Oh no, Symbol. I'm gonna wait. I'm gonna respond to you when the ads are over. But yeah, I am looking for more sinks for channel points. Channel point sinks for people to, especially the people who have like 50K channel points or whatever. Add a Drown redeem while you're at it. Thanks, nerds. Yeah, you're ad free. You got that sweet sub badge. Look at you. Do I not want the ambient light when I'm laying this out? Yeah, I like that better. All right, I think a 13 by 13 cemetery is very appropriate, and I think I'm gonna work around this. So my thinking is there will be this interior area, which is like 3 by 3, which will have all of your supply pickups for each quadrant. All right, we're back. Symbol, you crashed out. 0 motivation. I'm sorry to hear that. I've crashed out of a jam this year. It felt really bad. I'm definitely behind as far as what I want to do this jam, but I'm confident that we'll make something happen. I don't know what, but I'm confident that we'll make something happen. All right, let's look at fences. So let's look at setting up the outer fences. So these are going to be our outer fences. They're nice, big, and beefy. I think they're about the size of a tile. So we'll instantiate fence. We want the K-kit fence.
Maximum warp.
So this is the regular standard K-kit fence. All right. So I got to turn the snap off for a second, and I've got to decide.
He's dead, Jim.
I should probably put this at the boundary of. So let's turn the snap back on and set it to be whatever half of 1.36 is. I'm not going to even try. .68. I think you worked too hard on setting things up and you burnt yourself out. Yeah, I got scared. I definitely had a false start yesterday. And I started over after the stream and just focused on it after dinner. And that's really scary when that happens. Or it's like, it's hard to recover. So I get it. Especially if you weren't like absolutely thrilled with whatever the plan was. All right. So we have this fence. What other fences do we have? Well, now you can be an impartial judge. Oh, I'm still on the I'll be right back scene. Why did no one... People kept saying weird stuff, and I'm like, I don't know why people are telling me they're going to be back screen. So good. I'm a real streamer. Look, Mom, no hands. All right, the arch is pretty sick. And the arch gate. I guess the arch gate is going to be how you get out. And there's also a fence broken, which we'll sub in every once in a while. Maybe. Maybe. I don't think anyone can get out at the broken fence, but it'd be cool to have. Fence gate, what is that? Oh, that's different than an arch. Okay. That's cool. Fence pillar broken. Fence separate broken. Wooden gate. Okay. All right. Let's go back. Let's close all tabs to the right. I have to do that so often. All right, so let's set up an outer fence. Like this. Actually, let's start with a gate of some kind. Should it be open or closed? I kind of want 4 open gates. So you can't really predict which way out the monsters are going to go. So they might interfere with you. So let's do that. Let's add a fence gate. Oh, yeah, look at that. Thanks, everyone. You won't be able to save me from myself is the thing. So I think I want the arch. I think I want to put an arch at every side like this. Yeah. And then we'll add the fence below it. Like this. I don't love this. These don't line up correctly. They all have the same scale. I guess I could adjust the scale. I don't want to, though. Oh, wait, this is scale 1. Why isn't it scale 1.36? That's too much. Scale 1.2. I'm not going to be able to figure this out, though, is the problem. 1.125. Like, I'm not going to be able to find a scale where these are, like, exactly lined up, I don't think. 1.3. 1.5. That's pretty close. How about this? 1.15. Okay, that's actually kind of okay. Okay, well, I gotta go back in there and change the scale for these so that they line up correctly. It's a little wasteful, but it'll be fine. I could also use the separate... I could also set these up separately. Also, the scale is not linked, which is not exactly what I want either. All right, let's delete these. Let's correct all of these, I guess. So should I use separate fences? I'm kind of tempted. Just to prevent the overlap. Really appreciate it, Sapphire. You've never used anything other than a Prime sub until here. You're invested now. Really appreciate that. The sub badge looks good. Magoo. Digi, you hopped off. That's no worries. If you're still here, take it easy. Magoo, why get Godot when you can make an OS from scratch, implement Windows Proton compatibility, and then port Unity over? Lord. Game Jam, let's go. Hey, Captain Nosa. How's it going? Oh, wait. This is scale 34. How do I want to do this then? So should I just up this scale to 1.15? Well, I should probably relink them and then do 1.15. This is everything. Oh, I forgot the wooden gate. And the wooden separate broken. I like this gate, the Halloween gate here. It's pretty slick. I might use these a little bit. All right, let me double check to make sure that what I'm doing is correct. posture check. Nice. Got posture checked. You weren't even on your own stream. All right, is this lined up? Am I crazy? Duplicate. Slide over. Okay, I don't think it's quite lined. Oh, maybe it is. Maybe this is like really good. This looks exact. This looks almost exact. There's a little flickering, but I don't think that'll matter. Yeah, okay. 1.15. Let's go. We're kit bashing Anosa, so I'm like having to unify everything a little bit here. Here we go. Oh my god. I set this, then linked it. That Godot does not like that. Yeah, it looks like we got it. First, the ironic thing is first we had to scale all of these down by like 67%. And now I'm having to scale them back up slightly so that they match with them with their own floor tiles. I'm having to scale the fences back up so they overlap correctly with their own floor tiles that came in the same set that should be the same scale. Oh well. No harm. No harm done, really. All right, close all tabs to the right. Save and close. Mr. Magoo with the hydrate. Hey, Nix. How's it going? All right, so we got our floor network. I don't know why that keeps expanding. Let's add our outer fences. We're setting up the whole level. This feels a lot like mini delivery. It's actually not that hard to set up a level, 3D level pretty quickly. Adding in all the functionality is where the time is really going to go. Arch scene. Slam that back there at the edge. So there's gonna be some tile. There's gonna be some tile movement inaccuracies. I don't know if I care very much. We'll see. We'll see if I end up caring. All right, let's add the outer fences. Rest of the outer fences. Here we go. Okay, now they don't match up. What did I do wrong? Oh, that's what I did wrong. There we go. I'll go back and add some variety with some broken fences. Man, I really like Snap. I don't know why I don't use that more. This looks a little wrong, but I can live with that. I don't mind that. No one's going to see that. All right, take it easy. Ooh, a new idle game. That's fun. I would love to make an idle game. I think we have a plan. Okay, now we're actually desynced slightly. Or is that just how this is a little bit? Okay, no, just the tip of this is just slightly misaligned. I don't know if I care. think the amount of work it would take to get that gone is not worth it, especially when the camera's going to be like zoomed out to like here. All right, now we need another arch. Now back to fences. Magoo, you're getting used to Git and GitHub. You got it working well for saving your OS from yourself. That seems like, I mean, that's just what that service is for. That should be their tagline. Save yourself from yourself. Save your work from yourself. Git. Use Git today. We're getting slight desyncs, but yeah, I don't care. I don't care. Let's just keep going. The perfect is the enemy of the good. Guess I'll turn this around all the way just to be consistent. Stop showing me the floors. All right. How's the game coming along? I think it's coming okay. We're going to do all the level design today. We're going to design a cemetery with 4 quadrants. One quadrant for each monster. We'll get the pathfinding for the characters up because all the characters are going to use the same pathfinding solution. The character will just be the one that, or the keeper, quote unquote, will just be the one that you can pilot. All the others will just pick a random arch to pathfind to. Actually, I guess we're going to need to extend the tiles one more further so that they have a destination that they're aiming for. Add another arch. One more set of fences, and then I think we're done with this. Why is this called Arch 4? Surely this isn't the 4th one. Arch 3, Arch 2, Arch. Oh, I see. They don't number 1. Right. Right. Let me see if... Do we have 2 in the same spot? Yeah, we do. What I was afraid of. Should probably snap the rotations a little bit, but maybe I want to have some flexibility. Hey, the ant. Grid naps be damned. Yeah, I tried to set up a grid map for this, but since I don't have a 3D workflow, I don't know how to set up the mesh libraries. Mesh libraries are like resources. They're not nodes. So I didn't want to try to figure that out, so we're not doing that. We're going to do something a little more homebrew. We're going to do our own little tile map thing. It'll be simple. All right, so there's our cemetery. They have nice contrast. Let me up the size of the camera for a second. Yeah, I'm pretty sure we're gonna do a following camera. I'm having some clipping issues. With the orthographic camera. I like the contrast though. I like that the pillars are very bright and the grates are very dark. Okay, this is the kind of music I don't know if I can listen to all day. Oh Lord, there's so much of this. All right, I'm putting some regular music on. Sorry. Okay. Starship, if I didn't start snapping, I'd still be putting floor tiles down. You're right, and that's the kind of scary thing about it. All right, so we're good there. What I want now is I want an inner fence system. And I kind of want to use a different fence setup for the inner fence. I kind of want to use the Kenny fences for this one. So those were the K-Kit fences. I want to use the Kenny iron fence. Glad I organized all this stuff last night. This would be kind of annoying if I had to do it as I went along. So this is called Iron Fence Bar, I think. Where is it? Oh. No, not the bar. Iron fence? Yeah, this. Oh no, I want the one with the base. Which one has the base? Iron fence border. There we go. This one. Yeah, I want to use this one. It's a little small, is awkward, but I think that's okay. Just need to set up the correct... Oh, why is it offset like that? Let's have a look here. Why are you at an offset? Weird. So what should I do about that? Should I try to move you in? Let's see what that would involve. Is that on? That seems slightly off. This seems like this would be a horrible nightmare. 30... 32. I'm never going to be convinced this is like exactly in the middle, but it doesn't really need to be. $32.5. We can look exactly side on and see if we did it. That looks pretty close. That looks pretty good. fix that so that it's at least lined up the way the other one's lined up. And then let's see how we like the scale. Oh, this is too big. We need to make this smaller. Yeah, they weren't exactly meeting up. They're pretty close, though. Yeah, this should be smaller. So maybe we cut this one in half or something, maybe. Yeah, this is closer to what I want. It's maybe too small now. Maybe this is correct. This is about what I want. We need to change the snap, though. 0.34. There we go, like that. That doesn't exactly match up with the edge, but that's also okay. No one's going to notice that. This isn't exactly the right size, though. Let's see if we can get the size right. What about 0.6? Nope. What about 0.68? Close? Maybe exact? Or what's close enough to pass as exact? I can live with this. It's smaller than the outer. It's got a little detail. It's got a different color. It'll be a little brighter. Thanks, Mr. Magoo. All right, yeah, let's get that scale set. 0.68. What else needs to be set for that? How do I undo this? Get me back. There we go. All right, what else are we going to use? Border column. Ooh, border column. Ooh. Well, yeah, we have to use this too then. That means we also have to fix this offset thing. How do we fix this? With a 0.325 offset in the Z direction. Okay. And then we need a 0.68 scale. Ooh, a curve. I'm not sure how to fix this. I guess I need a offset in both directions. 0.325. 0.325. And a 0.68 scale. Hey, how's it going? Hey, tricky lady. Black and white, you hate it? Aw. I like it. It's like a free... It's like a blank check to kind of do whatever you want. What do I have for now? I'm setting up my cemetery. We're making a reverse farming game with 4 quadrants and 4 different crops or types of monsters that you need to keep happy, or they will come out of the ground and leave the cemetery, and you'll lose if that happens some number of times. We can do a sliding scale for like difficulty or something. I can also have variations of this level that are tutorials, so I can just like close in each quadrant and do a quadrant tutorial, which I think is pretty neat. So I could close like all but one quadrant. That'll be cool. I should use a version of the fence that lets me do that. Okay, these three are ready. This is border, border column, border curve. I need border gate. Yeah, I need this one. Is there a closed border gate, though? Not really. That's okay. I don't think I need the gate if I have these, but I don't know, maybe. We'll set it up anyway, just to be consistent. Hey, Brain Eater! We're doing good. We're jamming. We're doing the solo development solo dev jam number 9. We're doing a Halloween jam. We're making a reverse farming game. How are you doing? But the nice thing is, Tricky Lady, you could do anything with the black and white theme. All I did was add a black and white shader to my canvas layer. That's what I'm doing to be on theme. If I get punished for it, whatever. But I feel like everyone else is going to do it. At least this way I can make the game I want to make. All right, so we want iron fence border. Actually, maybe what we want is iron fence border column. Let's say, let's add a couple of nodes. Let's say quadrant 1, which is this one. All right, I'm going to set up one quadrant and then copy it over to the other quadrants. I'm going to do good. I'm going to lie, I don't know if I love the rounded curves. Iron fence border column. I want to start with one of these, I think. Yeah, like this. And then now I want iron fence border. Go? Yeah, Go game would be cool, or some kind of chess variant. Spooky Halloween chess variant. That could have been cool. I love Go. I'm no good at it, but I love playing it. I play it with an old friend of mine every once in a while. All right, where is the gate for this supposed to be? Oh. Okay, right here. Right here, I think. Okay. Maybe inside a little more. I kind of want to make the space a little bigger, but I'm not going to do that because I've already... It's 13 by 13, which I think is spooky. Adequately spooky. And that gives us a 6 by 6 area for each. Well, technically that gives us a 7 by 7. No, wait. How many tiles did I end up doing? Did I end up adding an extra one on the outside and not counting? 6. Okay, yeah, this isn't 6 by 6. This isn't 13 by 13. I could bring everything in one. I don't think that matters, though. Let's think about this in terms of what we actually want. Hey, Bad Cop. Yeah, I'm using Kenny and K-Kit assets. I'm just mashing them together. We're doing a little cemetery farming game. Reverse farming game. Who's doing something with the theme? Because it's not me. Use those fences for graveyard shift. Yeah, they're nice. These are the K-Kit fences. And I'm using the Kenny fences for the interior. I'm deciding if I want to change the size of the cemetery real quick, though, because I thought I was doing 13 by 13, but I guess I've done 15 by 15? Hold on, let's count. Okay, I made it 15 by 15 on accident. Oopsies. That's fine, though. I think we're just going to work with this. I think this is plenty of space. It would have been fun to make it 13 by 13, though. Yeah, so what we need to do is we need to have a break in the fence. How do I want to do that? Probably replace this one with, like, this one. Move it down, turn it around. And that's what it'll be. Not using the grid 3D stuff? No, because I couldn't figure out how to make a mesh library, and I didn't want to learn. I didn't want to learn how. Actually, maybe I should use a rounded one here. I'm gonna need to do some path weighting to keep the monsters from walking within the quadrant if they have an option. Like, I'd rather they walk, if they're trying to escape, I'd rather they walk along the corridor rather than going through another monster type's quadrant. And I think I can just do that by weighting the connections within a quadrant. That seems doable. Yeah, it's confusing. You think the grid is more efficient? Mesh Instance 3D does instanting too? Okay, yeah. Yeah, the problem is because I pulled all these in from a kit, and they're all like mesh instances that are like inside of like a node, and like and a mesh library is a resource, not a node. So I was like, I don't want to figure out how to build a mesh library. I don't care. It probably would have helped for a lot of this stuff, but I think we'll be okay. We'll be okay. How do I want to do this turn? kind of want to try doing... Also, why are you all the way up here? You should be all the way down here. I kind of want to try doing the turn. Iron, fence, border, curve. Kind of want to see what this looks like. Yeah, we'll do that. That looks cute. Oh, that doesn't line up. I can probably make this work with a column. Probably add a column here. Is it just called a bar? No, I don't want the bar. I want just the column. Why is this smaller? What happened? Oh, this isn't... I don't know. I thought there was a column just by itself. Let me go check. Let's go check the assets here. Oh, there's a gate by itself. I don't think there's a column by itself, though. Unless maybe it's somewhere else. Too many hydrates, Magoo, but thank you. You think you might be able to select all the floor tiles and hit that lock icon so you don't keep on accidentally selecting the tiles and uncollapsing the floors node? Yeah, I should look into doing that. But I do want to be able to select them because I need to configure them later. But you're right that I don't want to be able to select them right now. Locked. Okay, so they're locked at the moment, so I can't accidentally select them. Thank you. That helps a lot. So yeah, what do I want to do about this? This would work if I could put columns in the intervening space. I guess I could just overlap an extra iron bar thing. I should have made the scale a little different for these, but in too deep and I don't really care. I could probably just duplicate this and add an additional bar and it probably would be fine. Here, let's try this. None of these are going to be interactable, so I really don't need to work very hard on this part. Like that. Good enough. Good enough. What am I going to do here, though? That won't work here. I hope this column is somewhere. Is it just called a pillar? That's not it. Oh, this is it. Border pillar. Probably need to change the scale of that, though. Let's give that a C. Oh, these are big. Okay. Do I need to change the offset? No, I just need to change the scale. 0.68. I can go back here, go to my pillar. There we go. Now I can just position this. It's not perfect. I could also just unlock this a little bit. I don't know if I love this. I don't know if I love what I'm coming up with here. This also shouldn't matter, though. Yeah, maybe this is okay. I'm not going into Blender. We're not going into Blender for any reason, Nix. I refuse. I did it for mini delivery because I was essentially forced to. But never again. This isn't perfect, but I think it'll be okay. It does kind of break up what would otherwise be an awkward curve. Thank God I only have to do this once, and then I can copy it for the other corners. Actually, ostensibly, I could probably just paste this section, but we'll see. Why is this even worse? Can I just fit one of these in between? Will that work? Not really. This isn't going super great, this part. I might not be able to use this cool, fun curve shape. It also might not matter a ton. Could also just mess around. Make our own, like... It's probably what we'll do. Try to bring it in line with the other ones a little bit. I should unsnap is what I should do. Oh, I see. Just kind of size it to fit. Try to keep it kind of in line with what the other one's doing. Doesn't have to be perfect. Just has to look okay. This one's a little egregious, though. I could probably make it wider, and it would look a little better. Also, is the positioning even? Positioning looks pretty even. Wasn't there just a piece of just one bar that you could put in there? No, it's not just one bar. It's one bar. It's one of these bars. It's one of the green vertical bars. It doesn't have the base, I don't think. You can look real quick. Yeah, it's just the bar by itself. Not helpful. All right, so that's an okay position. So let's just scale it till it looks right. Something like that. This looks okay. Needs a little bit more length this way. That. Call it 1.7. That looks good. That looks okay. I'm okay with this. Is it perfect? No. Is it good enough? Yeah. And it adds a little bit of detail, which I think breaks up otherwise what would just... Add the snapping back for a second here. How's everyone doing over here? Hey, Magoo. Making me go into my redeems here. This is also a brand new, I say brand new. StreamerBot has been like this for a long time, and I don't know how to navigate the new StreamerBot interface. Where are my redeems? Probably under platforms. Channel point redeems. Hydrate. Edit. Global cooldown, 60 seconds. Max per user per stream. We're going to say, we're going to give it a 120 second cooldown. And we're going to give... Wait, why didn't that save? That didn't work at all. Do I have to use the counter literally to do this? 120 second cooldown. Edit. 5 max per user per, maybe 6 max per user per stream. Save. Fuck around and find out. Overhydrate me and find out. Why is this a little different? Seems to be not in the right spot. Is this not? Oh, I rotated it wrong. Oops. Oopsies. Here, let me try that again. Which way are you rotated? You're slightly off in one direction. Not quite sure which direction. .662. I think we're heading back into ads. It's not great that I've already had 2 ad breaks and this is all I've done so far, is set up some fences. Cooldown was 60 seconds before. Sorry that I'm not, like, staying super up on chat. I'm a little distracted. I would normally find it really funny, Mr. Magoo. I've got enough performance issues right now, though, around this jam. It's slightly less funny. All right, here we go. So we've got this set up. Got this little carve out in the middle. We can set this quadrant up. I'm going to set it. I'm going to lock these nodes. This is fine. This is looking okay. I think we're okay with this. I can even have like some examples of the things on here that you're able to pick up here if it's useful. Maybe it won't be. But yeah, this is our quadrant. It's quadrant 1. We're going to duplicate quadrant 1. Oh wait, quadrant 1 doesn't have a position. Hold on. Stand by. Quadrant 1 needs to become a node 3D. So quadrant 1 is going to have a position. So now we're going to duplicate it, and I think we can just rotate it. Yeah. It's quadrant 2. Duplicate it again. Quadrant 3. Duplicate it again. Quadrant 4. All right, we got our 4-quadrant. 4-quadrant setup here. So yeah, this little hub in the middle, this is where all your equipment's going to be. So you're going to have to return to the hub anytime you want to go to one of the other quadrants. And I think that's going to be really funny because the other monsters, the monsters that make it out are going to walk through here whenever they're trying to escape. Let's do a quick contrast check. It's a little bright, but we can modulate that down if we want. I like the way the inner bits look. Again, I don't think we're going to use this camera setup. I'm just doing this so that I can evaluate the whole board. I think we're going to go back to a player-focused camera. All right, so what I should do is I should start coding in the pathfinding information, like the neighbor data. Which means I need to turn the floors back on to being selectable, I guess. Oh, and I need to add an additional row of floors. All right, one more ring of floors. So the overall space is 17 by 17. That should be fine. Frankly, I could just add 1 here, but this is a see-through fence, so I kind of don't want it to just disappear completely. Take it easy, good night. Magoo came all the way over to YouTube to tell me I have some hydrates in the bank. Yeah, the channel reward abuse was crazy today. Yeah, I kind of like how these columns kind of mark out the space a little bit. We can do some more stuff for that. I learned the difference between a cemetery and a graveyard last night, which is that a graveyard is adjoined to a church, but a cemetery is not necessarily. So that's fascinating. All right, so this one is going to have tombs. This one's just not tombs. This is going to have graves and headstones. This is where the skeletons are going to be. This one is going to have altars. Altars and shrines and stuff. This is where the ghosts are going to be. This one is going to have zombies milling around and candy buckets. And then this one is going to have mausoleums with vampires in it. Let's bring the camera back to the player. Oh, I didn't want to duplicate it. I just wanted to copy it. Yeah. Let's bring the camera in. Something like this. Probably more down, probably a little more angled down. Which means we'll probably need to raise it up a little bit. Yeah. Something like this. So you can see most of the map, but I think there would be some opportunity for jump scares if the camera's like following you around. I think that could be fun. Yeah, I think these fences are a little bright, but we can tune the lighting. The arches are very visible, which I like. I like the way the stone works, like highlights all this. All right. Pathing time. Oh no, one more set of floors and then pathing time. Right. Okay, so now these I'm gonna lock. I should probably lock the outer fence as well. Oh, I can't. It's not a node. Maybe it should be. Just lock them all. Fences are good. Back to floors. It's looking good. Thanks, Smooth. Wouldn't vampires be in caskets? No. Because it's night. This takes place during the night. The vampires aren't in the casket at night. I'll probably have an empty casket in the mausoleum. Actually, I don't think I'm going to let you see into the mausoleum. I thought I would, but I'm having second thoughts about it. So we'll see. Can you add a fog effect? We'll see. We will see. Maybe, maybe not. That's like post-processing is going to be last. The only reason I did the black and white filter so early is because it's super crucial. I do kind of want to maybe modulate down some of this stuff. Oh my god. I'll do that later. We'll work on all the contrast stuff later. I don't really care right now. What I need to do is I need to expand the floor out one more ring. Oh, what I need to do first before I do that. Scene undo translate. What did I translate? Concerning. Oh, I think that was the failed translate that didn't happen. I'm going to turn these into node 3Ds, I think. They were just going to be nodes because it doesn't matter, but I would like to be able to lock all of them or none of them. And not have to do it on an individual basis. All right, turn this back on, turn the snap to 1.36. And get this on show on the road here. We'll put lots of things out here. Like trees, wagons, hay bales. We'll go ham on decorating this later when I'm tired and I don't feel like doing real work. But there's still real work to be done. The pathfinding is probably the most important thing. Ghost pig, that'd be fun. No, we've got ghost, we've got skeleton, ghost, zombie, and vampire. That's what we got. That's what we're working with here. Oh, yeah, we got trees and stuff to hide the background. We'll probably use fog a bit, though. Fog would probably interact pretty well. It depends on how the fog is implemented, honestly. If it just interacts badly with the black and white filter, it might just wash everything to white, which is like not exactly what I want. So we'll see. This is also a web game, so we have to be a little careful with how much stuff we do. All right, that's it. We're good. It's 17 by 17 grid, I'm pretty sure. I would love if it's 19 by 19, actually. It's 8, 1, 8. No, it's 17 by 17. That's fine. We could probably make it a 19 by 19, but I don't need to do that now. We're gonna put so much stuff outside of here, and the camera will be probably... Camera might be kind of high, actually. I don't know. We'll see. Yeah, we'll see what we do about the background. I don't think people will really care if the cemetery just stops. If it just goes to black. I don't think people are going to notice or care in a jam game. There's an asset screen you keep going to that's doing it. Doing what? Like it's the empty new project? Oh, I have no skybox here. That's interesting. Oh, I turned the world environment off. That's why. This isn't fog. This is just like a environment clear. The grid is fading, but I think that's something else. Yeah, if we can achieve something like that, that'd be nice. We'll see. All right, so what I want to do now is I want to configure this network. And then I want to be done with this part. So I also need to be super careful that I don't do this in such a way that I clear this data. If I clear this data and I have to redo this, I am going to cry. I will probably do a commit after this just to prevent that from happening. Because actually, that wouldn't help me at all, would it? I'm super concerned about rewriting the script in such a way that clears exports. I'm going to look up really quick. What causes an export field to be cleared in a node? Godot. Script attachment or reattachment. Script file renaming or relocation. Okay. Changes in the declaration. And a couple other things. So we're going to be super careful not to do any of that. Like, we are not going to change this thing's structure. This goes cemetery, grounds, floors, and this. And this can't change once I start setting these. Similarly, it's just going to be export variable neighbors. Because once I set these, I will never set these ever again. So like here, this floor is pathable. Its neighbors are... It's got 4 neighbors. And they are 1, 0. Should I allow diagonal movement? I kind of don't want to. I think I'm okay not allowing diagonal movement. In fact, I think I should emphatically not allow diagonal movement. I mean, I could also copy this array and probably put this in a lot of places. Like, can I copy this array? And then just also put this in here? Yeah, I can. Okay, this isn't quite as bad as I thought. So I can just default them all to having this arrangement, and then I can actually just trim elements. That's actually what I'm going to do, I think. I'm going to see if I can set this at the instance level here. Save that. And then now all of these have this array. I don't know why this one's... Oh, it's because of the name. So now these all have, by default, 4 neighbors. So what I can do is I can actually go in and just set the exceptions, which is way better. That's way more defended against horrible, horrible issues. Yeah, I'm not sure what you were talking about. You could be talking about the play scene, I guess. This is just a black and white filter. Everything outside kind of goes to black anyway, so it's like, I think it'll just be fine. We're gonna choke out the edges of the cemetery with trees and stuff. So I'm gonna try not to worry about it. Thanks for the hydrate, Nix. You're going to bed? Thanks. Take it easy. Should probably change this direction light a little bit. We're going to have like a direction light, which is going to be like the moon. And it's going to tell you, like, how the day passes. Like, the moon will rise up from one side and then go to the other side. And that's how you're going to know when the night is over. That's going to be our game timer. It's going to be just how long it takes for the moon to go overhead. It's not going to be snappy like this. I just have the snap rotate turned on. So this is essentially how it's going to be. Get that out of the way a little bit, maybe. Let's actually put its position back. So yeah, this will just rotate. Probably like this. How does this look when it's like this? When it's fully side on? Oh, that's very stark. It's maybe too stark. Like this. Thanks for the stretch, Sapphire. I am very still. I'll get up in a bit to get some more water. All right, let's finish setting up this network. So everyone has 4 neighbors by default, so all I need to do is go through and set all the ones that that's not true for. So like this one is 0. So let's disable all these ones around the outer edge. I want to keep them here for visual reasons. I should probably have had an unpickable version. That should be fine. We can have a check that's like, if this is fully isolated and can't be navigated to, don't let the player pick it. In fact, I should probably come up with an alternative. I should just delete all these and come up with a variation. I'm just going to delete all these and do that. I'm going to do what I said. I'm going to make a version of this floor tile that's not pathable. Or maybe I won't have them. I don't know. We'll see. We'll see how we do. 'Cause that's 60 nodes. Or that's 60 floor tiles otherwise that we just have that we get no value out of. So let's just get rid of these. I don't really care about the visual. Again, I don't think people are going to mind. Okay, that brings our grid back to a 15 by 15, which is pretty nice. Should be fast. 15 by 15 plus the 4 at the gates. All right, that's simpler. All right, so now what I got to do is I just got to go through all the ones that have boundaries. So like this one is only accessible by its negative y neighbor. So it's got one neighbor, and that neighbor is at 0, -1. I'll do the same thing for all of these. It's not terrible. It means I only have to set about half of the floor tiles. When you're setting multiple to the same, can you just select them all that will be the same at the same time? Yeah, maybe. Let's give it a try. Well, there aren't a lot of these that are all the same. So let's see. Let's see if I can do this. So what I want to do at the moment is I want to grab all of these. Thanks for thinking of the workflow. Can I expand this and then just delete the -x? Delete this one. Does that delete it from all of them? Yeah, it looks like that works. Good looking out. That should make it a lot easier. Not quite as catastrophic if we lose the data. So here I can delete all of the positive z. Z1, Z plus 1. This one. Delete that. Yeah, that definitely helps. Sometimes I underestimate Godot for this stuff. Positive X neighbor is getting deleted. And then this one is the negative Z. Selection is still a little awkward sometimes. So this one is negative Z. Node is getting deleted. So like these ones, do you have 3? So do you have an array of 3? You only have an array of 2. So how did that happen? So somehow this went wrong. So those are 3. So I'm just going to undo what I did last. What I did last seemed to break everything. Yeah, this deleted a... Oh, so picking the corners seems to be causing some awkwardness. Trying to include the corners with this. Let me try that one more time. Kind of want to understand how that worked. It shouldn't have done what it did. So if I pick all of you and I delete the negative Z. Yeah, you only have 2 now. You went from 4 to 2. It's like it absorbed the characteristics of the corner piece. Did the same thing happen over here? No. Why does this happen on only one side? Whatever. I'm going to ignore the corners for a second. I'll set those separately. So these ones are only missing... I'm going to be a little careful about this, because it seems like there are some weird interactions. Because the worst thing would be setting these all in a batch and then having to manually check every single one. I mean, what I should do is set up a debug drawer that like tells me. Okay, so this seemed okay. So this one, the corners I need to set manually. So positive X is gone. Negative Z is gone. So yeah, I think I got to be careful about corners that have been preset. Those are gone. I'll set them in small groups when I feel like it's safe. Get rid of the positive Z. Get rid of the negative Z. Get rid of the negative Z. So these ones should be settable pretty easily. In fact, I should be able to set all of these pretty easily right here. So these ones don't have any Z connectivity. Which means these ones don't have any X connectivity. This one has all of it. Great. This one needs to be just 1. Size 1. Negative I. Negative 1. This one should also be size 1. And this should be... Oops. Just this one. Just that one. So this one has 3. So no negative X for you. Just gonna work my way down the corners, because the corners seem to be the tricky part. No positive X for you. No negative Z for you. No positive Z. This isn't that bad. This could be a lot worse. Yeah, as far as the amount of work involved in this. All right, now what about all of y'all? So these ones are still missing. So I did the insides, not the outsides, it looks like. So I'm just going to select ones that have identical arrays. I'm not going to try to like mix them because that seems to cause problems. Which is kind of the way that setting tile sets work too. So that makes sense. Makes some sense. So why is this 3? Oh, because this is already set up. So these should also be 3. Okay. These ones are 2. I'm going to go from the inside and work my way out. So this should be positive. Positives only. This one should be negative X, positive Z. I'm going to make this window a little bigger. Can't see anything. This one's only negatives. This one's negative Z, positive X. These ones are all 4. Let's check these. These I should have set. Okay. What about out here? Negatives only. Okay, these ones, it doesn't look like I've set these yet. So I'm going to set these 3. So no positive X. Really hope I'm setting these up correctly. Yeah. Looks okay so far. These ones look like they've already been set. It's definitely easier to only set the exceptions, that's for sure. These all look good. These are all set. Oh, see, I messed this up. Oh, no, I didn't. I don't know how to read. Thank God. Thank God my only problem is I don't know how to read. feel like I've gone around this circle like 3 times already, but I know I haven't. Okay, I think I did it. Let's check this one last area here. Okay, I think we're good. So we've set up the neighbor information for all the tiles. Check a couple of these, I guess. I don't know why sometimes the neighbor thing stays open and sometimes it doesn't. I guess it's if I've ever directly edited it before or not. Oh, wait, that's fine. Okay, cool. We'll need to make some more edits once we start actually placing things down. But that's fine. Again, what I really should do is set up a debugger so I can see the directionality, like a line drawing tool or something. Maybe if I make a tile star 3D, I'll figure something like that out. But for now, I don't want to do it. That said, I'm going to take a quick bio break, get some more water, etc. I'll be right back. Thanks for hanging out, everybody. Happy Saturday. All right, we're back. All right, if I can get the pathfinding going in the next hour or so, I think I'll feel like we're in good shape. Next hour, hour and a half, something like that. Then we can just spend the second half working on interactables and just laying out the level. All right, so now we can lock these temporarily. Oh, that doesn't work the way I thought it would. I thought this would lock all of its children. It does not. Okay. Well, that makes it easy. So what I can do then... So scared of what I'm about to do. I'm going to change this type back to a node. Yeah, it seems fine. We'll just lock all of these again. How many floors do we have total? We actually don't know because they're named weirdly. We have about 230 or so. That's okay. It's not that bad. Okay, lock all those. Put that away for now. Okay, network setup. So what I need to do, add some kind of pathfinding node. Put it in here, maybe. This will be the Pathfinder. Give it a script. So what we're going to do is we're going to build an A-star network. We're going to use something similar to our tile star script. So let's look at that. So the tile star system... One second. Left my water cup in the kitchen. All right, so this is how TileStar works. So I'm interested in the build network function. So you make a new A-star instance. You make a dictionary, a couple dictionaries, ID to map and map to ID. This is what we can't do. So we can't do this used cells thing because we're not hooked into a tile map. So ID to map and map to ID is not what we want. What we want is position to ID and ID to position. Actually, we don't need ID to position. Well, what do we need? We can ask get closest point. So we don't need position to ID. But we maybe want an ID to position dictionary. So how do we do this? So, oh, because we want to register points as we create them. Maybe we do want a position to ID dictionary just for creation. Just during the creation step. We don't have to hold on to it, but we probably will. So we do all of this. Get the coordinates. We get a new ID if it doesn't have it. We get a new ID. We get an available point ID. We add the point with a new ID. The local coordinates. We register them in the dictionary. We don't set this by atlas coordinates, so what we're going to do this time is we're going to scrutinize the neighbors array. So we'll go through, what we're going to do is we're going to go through every pathable floor in the floors node. That's what we're going to do. Pathfinder. Do that. Ready, Funk. Do you do this? Yeah, build network. Okay. I wrote this in a way so that I could rebuild the network if I need to, but we shouldn't need to. So we're going to have some dictionaries, store them up here. So it's going to be a dictionary of the key will be int, the value will be vector3, and then we'll have a position to ID, dictionary, int, not vector3, vector3. So we'll say we need our A star, variable A star, 3D is an A star, 3D. What do I say? Do I say A star 3D dot new? Like that? Is that how you initialize? Yeah. Okay. So far, so good. How's everyone else doing? Anyone else jamming? Or if you're just working on a project, how's it going? What's the theme for the jam? Hey, Dime Novel. The theme is black and white, which I've acknowledged only to the extent that I've taken a color scene and I've written my own little like black and white filter, which I think needs some tuning, but it's high contrast, which I think is what you want. We're making a reverse farming game that I'm calling the Grave Escape. It's about keeping monsters in a cemetery by tending their graves and keeping them peaceful. Otherwise, they will sprout and ransack the town. And so we have like a 4-quadrant cemetery, and we're going to fill them each with a different monster type. So skeletons need their tombs kept nice and tidy, so they'll like grow up weeds and stuff. Well, first you'll need to bury the skeleton if it's not buried, and then you'll need to keep the tomb tidy. And like the I think weeds will crop up, and then like maybe the tomb breaks at a certain point. I'm trying to do this without UI. I'm trying to do it by like with visual indicators. You like the concept? Yeah, I do too. I wanted to do a cozy farming game, but I couldn't figure out. It seemed like that would be way too hard because one thing, Graveyard Keeper already exists. And then someone was like, what if it's the opposite? What if you're not growing monsters? What if you're like trying to like keep them at bay? I'm like, okay. So yeah, we're working on it. We're working on the pathfinding system right now. We built the level. All the stuff you need is going to be in the middle. So you'll have to come back here. It's going to be kind of like overcooked plate up style, I guess, where you need to get a thing and then bring it to a thing within a certain amount of time or something will happen. It's a kind of tower defense. Once a monster gets out, it's just going to leave. It's going to path to an opposite arch. So I'm going to try to set up the pathfinding such that, oh, I should add weight. I need to add a stat to the pathable. Add export variable path weight will be a float. Because I wanna try to keep the monsters from going between each other's quadrants. Like if a monster starts to escape, I want it to take one of the main paths. I'm gonna have to unlock all of these so I can set the path weights. So like all of these ones are gonna have a higher path weight. So can I select a bunch of them? Yeah, I can. Sick. So let's just select. Let's go overhead. A little more. Disinclude that. So all of these are going to have a path weight of like 2. Actually, what I should do, hold on, before I do this, I should say float. I should say equal. Is there like a hint? How should I set the default variable? Is it like a hint? Do you do like a hint system? I could just say equals 1. I'll have to probably reset all of these. Oh no, these overwrite with 2, and then everyone else should just be set to 1. Yeah, okay. That's what we want to see. So we can overwrite it. Otherwise, it's going to be 1. Because, yeah, I would love it if they, like this quadrant's exits. So, like, this quadrant's exits are going to be the opposite 2. So they have to take the long way out of the cemetery. So, and they're not going to want to go through other quadrants. So they're gonna make use of this central path. And I think that will cause some hilarity. Where like you're like, oh shit, I need to go get something, but like I can't go this way because the zombie's in this hallway, so I need to go like through the zombie pen to like go the other way or something like that. I think there could be some fun stuff there. Some positional stuff. Alright, where did I leave off? Okay, I set that quadrant. Let's set this quadrant. A little bit more. A little bit more. Kind of hard to select all of the... Oh. Start here, maybe? There we go. Just include that. Set all of these to path weight of 2. I think I'm like a cozy game designer. I don't know when this happened. I don't know when this happened to me. Not that Plate Up is particularly cozy. Oh, did I already do this one already? That's unfortunate. I'm feeling okay about this so far. I acknowledge that I'm like behind. Oh. Did I actually do what I wanted to do, or did I not include this tile? I did not include that tile. Give all of these a path weight of 2. 2 might not be sufficient, but we can always come back and change it. I don't want them to like never... Like, I don't want someone who's here to have to go all the way around. And if anything, the player character might ignore path weights. I wonder if there's a way to do that. Set the player character to ignore path weights. Oh, really only the monsters should be looking at path weights. We'll see. We'll see if we need to change how that works. All right, path weights are set up. Path connectivity is set up. Symbol, you said the theme for the jam was jammin', or you were responding to me when I asked what people were doing, but I don't think that's likely. I think it would be fun to have a jam where the theme is jam. I'm sure that's been done like 100 times, but I still think it would be fun. The jam jam. I know that's a lot like the Jern jam, but the jam jam. A jam jam would be fun. People could interpret that a bunch of different ways. You were responding to what people were doing? Yeah. I got a little confused because I didn't think you were jamming right now. But you were probably answering more generally for people. The jam game jam with the theme of jelly. Yeah, but I'd prefer the theme of jam because people could interpret jam to mean jelly. I like the flexibility. It amuses me. All right, to the docks. I want to look at the A-Star 3D docks a little bit. So is there a call where you can be like, ignore point weights? Maybe there isn't. Maybe I need a slightly different solution. No, I think this will be fine. I think this will be fine. Even if you have to use the point weights, it might result in a slightly weird pathing for the player, but I think it'd generally be okay. It's going to be a delicate balance for sure. All right, so now we're going to start connecting stuff. We're building our path network. We've got our neighbors list. We've got our weights for each tile. So what we're going to do, the Pathfinder is going to say for node, well, what we're going to do is we're going to say for pathable. Oh, I need this to be a class, huh? I need this to be a class name. Class name. Pathable? I don't know, maybe. Pathable might conflict with the Tile Star add-on. Maybe not. We'll just give it a class name of pathable. And then we'll say for floor, for variable floor in floors as pathable. Is that how that works? Why is this highlighted in yellow? This has happened to me before. I don't think I can say for floor pathable. I guess I can. Hey, Charmistic, how's it going? Oh, you're trying to get back into the jam? That'd be cool. All right, so for each floor, we need to go back to the tile star thing and see how we do this. We're going to say if not position to ID has not have floor dot position. Then we need to make it, which involves getting an available point. Okay, so we'll say new ID int equals a star 3d.get available point ID. Can anyone who... Well, I'll wait for the ad break to end. We'll add the point. And then we'll go... So this is a safety thing to just add the point. So a star 3d dot add point. We could say variable pause vector 3 equals floor dot position. Add point new ID position. So we add that, we map it, we say ID to pause, new ID equals pause, pause to ID, pause equals new ID. Okay, we're back from the ads. Does anyone know what the highlighting means in GDScript? There's a yellow highlight. I feel like I'm being judged, but there's no warning, so I don't know what it means. All right, so we can go back. Click the yellow triangle at the bottom, maybe. Shadowed global identifier. The for iterator variable floor has the same name as a built-in function. I see. Cool. Thanks. Gotta go. Sapphire, no worries. Thanks for hanging out. Have a happy Saturday. Yeah, I was looking down here at the X and the exclamation points. I figured they'd pop in here. I wasn't looking at for a separate thing. Goes to show that I spend almost no time in the Godot editor day to day. Okay, so we create the ID and can add the point. We add the point if we don't if there is no point. And then what we do is we get the point. We say variable ID equals pause to ID. Pause. Does ID shadow a global variable? Oh, I see what's happening. This feels like it's more aggressive than it used to be. I used to never notice this sort of thing. Maybe I just ignored it. And then so we get the ID. Then we need to go through each neighbor. This is separate ifs, but for us, we can just have a loop. We can just say for neighbor vector 3 I in neighbors. So here's a thing that I maybe slightly regret is that I set the neighbors variable to be an array of vector 3i, which I don't think it's going to let me just moosh together. So what I got to ask is so I got to do the same check. So I got to add this check again. So if it doesn't have neighbor, oh yeah, huge regret making this a vector 3i. Can I just convert it to a vector 3? Actually, could it be a vector 3i and it does the conversion itself? Pathable.neighbors. Oh, it looks like it'll do the conversion itself. I was really hoping a vector 3i would have an implicit conversion to vector 3. It might not. It might just fail, but we'll see. We'll see. So variable neighbor ID. Equals pause to ID. Godot does not implicitly convert anything. That's stupid. That's fine. Here, what we can do is we can do this. This is really stupid, but like I said, we're not recoding that. We already set it up and we're not redoing it. We're just gonna make a vector 3. We only need this information at startup, so I don't really care. So we've got neighbor position. Should only be used here. Great. Oh, it's actually, it is a vector 3. It needs to be neighbor. It needs to be pathable dot position plus neighbor. I don't think that'll work. Yeah, it won't. So gotta be this. Is this okay? Pathable dot position plus vector 3 neighbor. forgot that neighbor is just an offset. So we get the ID. And then now we ask the connection. You can do .has neighbor as vector3. Oh, so I can do an implicit conversion with an as. Do something like that. Oh, I would need to do this. So I could say neighbor vector3 in neighbors as vector3. Do it there. Oh, as. Oh, because that's the. I don't know how to constrain the individual element of a for each and get in GDScript, so I'm not going to do it. Hey, Titan RoboDuck, what jam are you working on? The Solo Dev Jam number 9. The Spooky Halloween Jam. Being put on by the solo development community. It's this weekend, 72-hour jam. We're making a reverse farming game. How are you doing? Happy Saturday. Just gonna go back to what I had here. We'll cast the neighbor to a vector3. What? Why doesn't this work now? I don't remember what I had before. There we go. This is good enough. Look, Ma, that's you as a host. Yeah, you're hosting. Host it up. Yeah, no worries. It's in the title, but who reads? All right, so we've got our IDs. We've got our 2 IDs. We've made the positions if we've added the points if the points don't exist. New ID is a*3d.getAvailablePoint, a*3d.addPoint. New ID, we can get rid of, well, I guess we got to redeclare it each time anyway. And not position, we need to add neighbor position. Neighbor position. That should be fine. Oh, neighbor position. So what happens when you just copy stuff over? Okay, so we got our ID for our neighbor. We've added them to A* if they're not there already. We know we're connected to them because it's in the pathable neighbors list. So we just got to do the connection now. And to do that, we can ask if they're connected. If they're not connected already, we just do this. So if not connected, oh, yeah. Wait, why is this different here? Oh, because A*, oh, I see what I did here. I want to use a similar naming convention. In case I actually copy some of this back over to the TileStar system. I'm going to use the same conventions. Okay, so we did that so we can ask if A*3d dot Are points connected? So if not, if they're not connected, what do I pass in here? IDs? ID, neighbor ID. Bidirectional is true by default. So if they aren't, what we'll do is we'll say a star 3D dot connect points ID to the neighbor ID. All right, and that should just build our path network. That should do it. Hey, Chaos Maker. What's up? Happy Saturday. See if that crashes, I guess. Yeah. There was an error calling iter next on iterator object of type floors. Oh, in floors dot get children. All right, all good. I think we can double check. Can we? No, we can't inspect the A star, but that's fine. We could log how many connections there are. Print A star 3D. What would be a nice thing to print? Get point count? Why not? Just make sure we're not building an empty system. 983. That seems like a lot. That seems like too many. But let's double check. Yeah, that's way too many. 15 times 15. Oh, maybe not. 15 times 15. No, yeah, it is way too many. It's 225. But that's not the number of connections. So what if each of those had 4 connections? 900. Not all of them have 4 connections, though, so it should be less than that. Concerning. Is this not a 15 by 15 grid like I thought it was? No, it is. We're going to print out the points. Actually, what we'll do is we're going to print. Let me say prints position neighbor position. We're going to see what we get from this. Yeah, this is what I was worried about here. No, this looks... Let's look at this. Five 4-4 to 1 to 4-4-4? That's a weird... Oh, it's not 1. Fuck me. We can fix that. It's not 1, it's 136. That's fine. We're going to say neighbor.x times 1.36 0 neighbor.z times 1.36. That should improve that. I'm not working with the templates that I was trying to make happen yesterday. Changed my mind on that. Oh, I don't love this. I'm gonna have a lot of problems with this. I'm having struggles here with floating point accuracy. Hey Karen, 420 skate. Oh yeah, definitely a single player game. We're making this game in 3 days. What are you doing right now? Setting up the pathfinding network. We have all these different tiles that know where their neighbors are. Problem is they're kind of dead reckoning. They're dead reckoning it a bit. So we're doing okay here. We're doing okay here. All of this looks good. We start to get towards the end and we start running into some floating point inaccuracies. And I'm a little concerned about that, but it maybe is okay. Let's see. Let's see what the count is. Print A star 3D dot count something point count. Point count. Get point count. See what the point count. You should probably clamp that shit. How do you clamp a floating point number? Like 347. That actually looks like the right number. The floating point inaccuracies might be okay. Because the pathfinding, the locomotion system is area based, so it doesn't need to be perfectly accurate. Like we're not going to wait until someone reaches the exact point of the tile before they're allowed to go to the next tile. They just have to collide with it, with the area. So that should be okay. How are you storing the tile positions for the A star? They're just vector 3s. They're IDs and they're ints and vector 3s. I'm using A star 3D. Like I'm using the built-in A star 3D. So this dead reckoning system is probably a little rough. But it seems to be working. 360 connections is about what I would expect. So I think we're actually in okay shape. Fuck no, I'm not writing my own pathfinding system in 72 hours. No, this is actually very similar to another pathfinding system I've used, but the last time I did it was in 2D, so. And I could just use tile map positions. It was an ID to a tile map position, which those are vector 2Is, so there was no problem with accuracy. But I think this will be okay. Pathable.position plus vector 3 neighbor.x times 1.36. I don't know, 0. Neighbor.z times 1.36. Is that correct? That seems correct, right? 1.36. I think this will be okay. I think this will be okay. I'm gonna trust. Let's work on the locomotion. I think we're doing okay. Let's try to get something moving. Okay, so I need to implement the other functions. So the difference between writing print and print. Is it the comma? Oh, it's just like a space. Okay. $347. That's a little confusing. That doesn't seem quite right, but let's see. I don't think there's a way I can visualize this easily. So I think we just need to try it out. See if the network is going to work. What we could also do, maybe as a safety, instead of saying, well, that doesn't work. I could say get nearest point, but if the point hasn't been created yet. So what we could do is we could go through once and create all the points. And then we could go through again and connect all the neighbors. That's the only way I see of doing this that's like guaranteed to work. Would it be easier to represent the coordinates as a 2D array with integer coordinates instead of vector 3s? Easier in what way? Yeah, I think we're going to do this in just 2 passes just for safety. Because then I guarantee that all the points have been connected, and then I don't need to be concerned with the inaccuracy. Or I can be less concerned with the inaccuracy. In fact, we wouldn't even need the position to ID dictionary. And in fact, we wouldn't need the ID to position dictionary either. We wouldn't need either of these dictionaries. Let's think about that. Let's think about doing it that way for a second. Yeah. I think it's better to not do this. I think it's better to do it just reliably and safely. Just do the loop twice. Because the danger of doing it in one loop is you're not sure that the neighbor you're trying to connect to has been processed yet. In fact, we don't even need to get an available point, can we? Can we just... We can say add point. I don't actually need this ID, do I? In fact, I don't need any of these variables. I can just say this and I can say this. Get rid of both of these. Just go through once, add all the points. Go through again. We could cache this, I guess. What does this return? Returns an array of node. Okay. Why are you upset with this? Oh, because I gotta invoke the actual function. Chaos Maker, that's what the hash maps were for. You ran the loop once, added the pathable points as IDs, and then connected all the neighbors. No, so before we were doing it all at once. We were adding the points and connecting them. And so we were doing it on demand, which was what the dictionaries were for. And that worked great when it's only integral vectors, because there's no inaccuracy. The dictionaries work great. They were also useful in the rest of the... I'm adapting an A-star 2D system to 3D. A tile map-based A-star 2D system that used tile coordinates. So I did it that way because it was straightforward, but I'm going to do it this way now. Can I do this instead? Can I say... Yeah, you can see that. Then it wouldn't it be easier to just make the gaps between individual vector 3's one? It would, but the gap between each tile is 1.36. Okay? It's not a world we live in where we can just have the gap between tiles be 1. If it was, great. But that's not the world. Change the tile size, man. You're asking me to change the size of over 100 different assets. You're asking me to change the scale for every asset in 4 different asset packs. That ship has sailed, my friend. This is a game jam. This is a game jam. A game jam is a pile of constraints that you don't necessarily love, but they're the constraints that you have. That's a grave I dug myself then. I'm kit bashing. The 2 kits have different scales. I adjusted one kit. I adjusted the scale of one kit so that it was the same scale as the other kit. So I adjusted one scale. I guess technically I adjusted the scale. I adjusted the scale down. And what we ended up with is that tiles are 1.36 apart. I don't know what you want from me. This is what happens. But yeah, we are digging a grave. We're doing a reverse farming game. It's literally about digging graves. Thanks, Symbol. We're not trying to get confrontational. It's just, this is how game jams go. Okay, so I don't need to do this neighbor position crap thing anymore. Because all of these positions exist now. So we go for each pathable, and then for each neighbor in each pathable. Oh no, I do need the neighbor position, but the inaccuracy is okay now. So we don't mind the floating point error because we don't actually need it. Because what we can do instead, we can get rid of this block. We can say neighbor ID equals a star 3D dot get closest point. And so we can say get closest point to neighbor position. And so now it doesn't matter if the floating point is inaccurate. It will just find the point that's closest to that. And what does it return to me? It gives me an int. So it gives me the ID. Great. Perfect. All right. Floating point inaccuracy problem solved. I'm going to move this down to the next line so I can read this. Oh, will it not let me do that? Oh, I might need to parenthetically close this if I want to do that. No. Godot doesn't like that. All right, we'll put it back on one line. I don't like having really long lines. I don't have like having lines that go off the screen, but I'm not going to worry about it. Floating point inaccuracy, never knew her. Yeah, I usually don't. I very reluctantly use this sort of thing. So the only thing that is possible is it's possible that these connections are already made. Vector int ID is an int. So why are you complaining about this? Oh, because I never grabbed the ID. Oh, I need to grab the ID. Variable ID int equals same thing. We just say get closest point to pathable dot position. I should make this safer by saying global position, but we're going to hazard that we don't actually introduce any offsets in this. All right, let's see how we do here. Prints. I'm going to record the position here. Pause. Vector 3 equals pathable dot position. We're going to store this here just so I can use it in this. Well, for one thing, I can use it down here. All right, position, neighbor position. All right, let's see. Let's do this. How's the jamming? It's going okay. We're working on our. We've got our the skeleton of our cemetery. And now we're working on getting the player walking around. And all the characters are going to use the same pathfinding system, so this should be good. So all the characters should be able to move once we're done with this. How's it going, Practical? So what am I complaining about? Array node. Okay, so I guess it's a bit of a bridge too far to try to convert the array. So we don't have to do that. We can just say pathables as pathable. I don't know if I need to say as pathable. We're just going to treat it as a pathable. I'm allowed to do that, right? Oh, pathable.position. All right. Point count, 230. Point count is even lower now. So I think that's good. It might be bad. That seems low. But it also seems maybe fine. Well, we do have some errors. Can't connect point with ID 133 to itself. Oh, well, that is something we shouldn't be able to do. True. But wait, how would that occur? Chillin' been lurking. How could we accidentally be connecting a point to itself? How is that possible? Pathable. So for pathable, we add all the points. A star 3D get available point ID, pathable.position. Great. For pathable, pathable, and pathables. Position is pathable.position. ID is get closest point to the position. Neighbor. Vector 3i and pathable neighbors. Variable neighbor position is position plus neighbor.x times 1.36. Neighbor.z times 1.36. Neighbor ID is A star 3D, get closest point, neighbor position. If not A star 3D, are points connected. ID, neighbor ID. There's no way we should get a neighbor ID that's the same as our ID. Maybe we are getting in trouble a little bit with the closest point. I don't see how that's possible. At least within the range of like floating point errors. Can't connect point with ID 133 to itself. Make sure we didn't fuck anything up in here. I could see if someone has a neighbor point that's 0, it could be really bad. But I'm pretty sure I didn't let that happen. I don't want to check all of these. I'm just going to click all of these and open up their arrays so that I've just done this. I don't really want to check hundreds of these. I guess I could do a quick check. I could do a check this way. I could check. I could say is... I could say if neighbor is equal to vector 3i dot 0. Say I could like throw a new error or something. I don't know how to throw errors in Godot. I'll just print the node name. Pathable. Okay, nobody has a neighbor value of 0, so that's good. Do I just say like error? Well, error capital E. Push error? Is it like push error? Yeah, here we go. Push error. Pathable has a null neighbor value. Push error and push warning. Cool. Yeah, I spend most of my time in C#, so GD script is always a struggle when I jump back to it. I should probably also have another error where if neighbor position dot is equal approximately to position. We'll push another error. Pathable is see if that triggers anything. It's at C. It's in CS as well. Gonna call it in the engine singleton. I don't know. In C#, I just throw error. Throw new error or whatever. I don't know. Maybe I don't even do that. Maybe I do that in JavaScript. I don't. There's too many languages, and I never remember any of them, even though I program like every day. I'm not a multilingual person. Like, I don't speak any other languages. Okay, so let's do one more check. We'll say if neighbor ID is equal to ID, and we'll push another error. We'll say pathable is ID'd is identified as the same. It's identified the same as neighbor. Okay, this should catch those two that are getting through. Yeah, pathable floor 184 is identified the same as neighbor 001. Okay, let's look at pathable 184. In C# you do gd.print or gd.push error and it works the same. Oh, I'm sorry. You misunderstand. When I used C#, I'm like not talking to the Godot engine. Almost ever. We should get into that when I'm back on working on my main project. It's kind of weird the way I've architected it. So we have a neighbor at 001. Where are we in space? Like, where is pathable 184? Oh, here we go. This is misconfigured tile. That's why. You have no neighbor at positive Z, so it's looping back on itself. All right, error checking for the win here. All right, what's the other one? 198. I bet you also have a neighbor marked inappropriately. Yep. So there is no negative X. There it is. Negative X. There you are. All right, good. I think we did it. I think we've generated the path network. I think. No errors. All right. We're going to go with that. Yeah, my C# implementation for my Godot game is super weird. It's just a totally separate simulation layer that only talks back to the engine for the purpose of like sending back rendering and pulling UI stuff. It's like, it's a very weird project. All right, I think that's done. Oh, it probably didn't, we probably didn't add the weight. I need to add the weight when we're doing the connection. Connect points. Well, how do we add the weight to a connection? Or is the weight in the point itself? Weight scale. Position. ID position weight scale. Okay, so we can say pathable dot path weight. There we go. All right. I think that was the last bit. All right, so we're doing it in 2 loops, but that's way safer. So I feel good about that. Let's be done with this part then, I guess. Now you're kind of curious, how does it work under the hood, my project? Yeah, so it's tile based. So I render it all in tiles, but there's an internal representation, which is like 3D. So all of the simulation stuff is being handled very lightweight in a totally separate domain. And then the stuff that needs to come back, we generate the tile map data on the C# side, and that's pretty much all we send back right now. We pull in the input and send out the output, and then everything happening on the C# side is like a black box that doesn't talk to the Godot API. That was kind of a janky way to set it up, but I'm more comfortable with C# than I am with like C++. And by more comfortable, I mean I'm not comfortable at all with C++. So it made more sense to do it that way for me. Tell me you're an ex-Unity dev without saying you're an ex-Unity dev, right? All right. Pathfinding network set up. Let's get moving. Let's get moving here. So we need to set up. I'm gonna need a snack soon. Maybe at the next ad break I'll go get a snack. So we have get ID path. We have get next point. These are all very much tile map based, so we probably need to rewrite this. Get point path. I probably just want to get the point path. And then we'll move along the point path. We'll probably just basically do a get point path call. And we're just hiding the A* implementation, but it's gonna, I think in this case, it's gonna essentially be the same. From our position to the next position. Unity's too bloated for you? How's Unity doing? I don't know. I haven't used it in like a few years now. I've been on Godot for a couple of years now. Oh my god. Olex the dev. Raiding. Raiding in. Raid alert, everyone. We got a raid coming. Hey, Olex. Happy Saturday. How's it going? What's up? How was your stream? What have you been up to? So let's just make a get point path function right now. I don't think I want to get an ID path. That was more useful when we could scrutinize the dictionary in TileStar, which is my custom little add-on for doing tile map pathfinding in 2D, which is what I was adapting my code from. So we're just gonna have a in fact, I don't think we actually technically need a build network function either, but we're gonna do it. Func get point path. It's going to give us back a packed vector 3 array, I think. And it will, we'll start with vector 3 from vector 3 to, that's not how you declare parameters, huh? Right. Things are good. You're coding away on your C++ game without an engine. Ooh, that's hardcore. You're hardcore. We're doing a game jam. Who hurt you? A lot of engines and a lot of libraries. You know, that is a very based response. That's awesome. Are you using anything? Are you using like Odin or anything? Or is it really like handmade hero like from scratch, which is dope. So we're just gonna, for now, I think we're just gonna say a*3d.getPointPath. Return. A*3d. Well, here, let's do this just so we can see it. Variable from position. Is going to be an int equals, we'll say from ID int equals A*3d dot get closest point from variable 2 ID int equals A*3d get closest point 2. You do some lib still, such as physics 5. Raw Vulkan C API, yeah, dang, that's hardcore. That's super sick. That's cool. What? I mean, I imagine you're like really in engine development mode. Are you trying to do like a general purpose engine, or do you have a very specific use case in mind? I assume you do. I assume you have like a game you're trying to actually make. But I know that's the problem with engines, is like, how general purpose do you want it to be? Is there anything else? Allow partial path. False. Yeah, true. All right. We'll do it like this. And you'll get a point path back, and you can navigate it. It's going to be a little awkward, because it's going to start with... It's going to start from where you are, which I don't necessarily want. But that's fine. We can always just pop the back of the list off. Or we can just index from 1 or whatever. All right, so we'll get a point path. So now we need to start working on character. So we've got a walk function. Let's have like a get path function. Get. Also, why is this capitalized? I'm so weird. Walk. Path. Path vector 3 target. Pass. Expected I still don't know how to declare parameters. Target position. I said pass. What do you want? Oh, it's got an error. All right. Or that's not an error. That's just a warning. All right. So actually, I need to do one more thing. I need the pathable. We need to set the pathable floor signal up. We need to set some signals up. We need to set some signals for the area. So cursor area. We need the arrival area and the cursor area. Arrival area maybe doesn't need to be a sphere. Maybe it could be like a... So maybe it's too big. I don't know. We can tune that. We can tune that. Olex, you're making the game. You hate making engines. You got paid to do that for several years. You got enough of that for a while. You can smell the C# brain fighting with the Python syntax. Yeah, seriously. Constantly. I like GDScript, don't get me wrong. It's very simple and descriptive. I'm not multilingual. Like, I struggle to think in multiple languages. I'm not a multilingual person. We want eventually mouse entered and mouse exited, but we don't technically have to do anything with that right now. What we do need is an input event. So camera, event position, normal, shape IDX, event position. So I want all of these set up, but for now we only need the input event. We're going to connect this onto the pathable floor. On cursor area input event, connect. We don't use any of those, but that's fine. All we need to do is make sure that the event is a certain kind of event. We need to say if event dot is. We want to know if it's a mouse. I forgot how to ask that. I guess we don't need to know if it's a mouse. What we need to know. We're going to go look at bare necessities for a second. How does Bernard's... How does the path system work here? Path grid. Smell. How do you get an input? Oh, does the path grid not do any of this? Does Bernard do it? No. How did I identify whether I clicked any of this shit? Footpath? No. Who is listening for events here? Jesus. Why not code with Godot docs on the second monitor? Because you're on my second monitor. I actually don't know how I did this. I guess that's not going to help us at all. To the docs. Input event. Using input event. If event is input event key. No, I want to know about mice. Tell me about the mouse. If a input event mouse button, that's what I want to know. If event is input event mouse button. So if it's a mouse button, and also if event is an event is dot is released, I think is what I want to know. I don't really want to know about actions. I don't think I'm gonna use actions for the moment. I should set up input actions. So I could just ask if the input event is pressed as false. because I want to do this on release. I don't want to do anything. Don't need to worry about display coordinates. So if we get them out and it's released, if event.release.is released. Let's just test this. We shouldn't need to know position. I don't actually need to know any of these. That's okay. They really want me to prefix all of these. I'm not going to do it. I wonder if locking the floors has something to do with this. I wonder if locking a floor has an effect on this. All of this is mouse pickable, right? It's like you're pickable, you're ray pickable. You're monitoring and you're monitorable. All right, let's unlock them and see if that has something to do with this. It shouldn't, but let's see. It could affect their pickability in here. Nope, doesn't. Are y'all not signaled up here? You should be. You are in here. All right, let's set up the other signals, I guess. Why not? See if we can get any of these to work. I just want to get anything coming up here. That'd be great. No, I'm not getting anything. So I'm not getting any kind of mouse pickability for some reason. For these. Suspicious. It should even at least be telling me when the mouse is in the area. Whoa. Oh, it's listening to well, okay, it's doing something when I use my scroll wheel. But if I'm not using the scroll wheel, nothing happens. What is going on right now? Okay, let's figure out the mouse entered and exited thing first. On cursor area, mouse entered. This is like a raycast, right? Oh, I missed my ad break to go get my snack. I'll get my snack soon. All right, back to the docks. Show me an area. Area 3D. I don't know what it's called. Area 3D. Show me how this works. With mice. Do you not have this? Did I pick the wrong node or something? What's going on here? Area 3D. Box shape 3D. No, you're right. Oh, your collision object 3D is... That's what I need to be looking at. The collision object 3D. Not the area 3D. Collision object 3D. Mouse enter. Note that moving between different shapes within a single collision object 3D won't call that to be called. No, I know, I understand that. Receives unhandled input events. Input right pickable is true. I mean, you've got to... I can see it. I can't see it very well, but it's here. Is my box causing some kind of a problem? I don't think so. These are the kind of hidden costs where I'm like, I've done this 1,000 times with Area 2D, but for some reason Area 3D is behaving very weirdly. Ray pickable is on. I guess I should look at one of my implemented children here. It's not editable, so it can't change any of that stuff. These signals are all hooked up. Just gonna close the scene and reopen it. See if that does anything. I probably should have saved this first. I don't know what I did differently, but... Oh, I just toggled some visibility stuff. What are you trying to do? Yeah, no worries. You don't have to be at my beck and call. I'm just trying to get the mouse pick ability as far... I'm just trying to call out... I'm just printing when I mouse enter and mouse exit one of these shapes, and it doesn't do anything. Except when I scroll wheel. When I scroll wheel, for a brief moment, the mouse exited and mouse entered thing works. And it sends the signal. But if I'm just mousing around, nothing happens. Very strange. Maybe wrong event type. Mouse entered and exited doesn't have an event type is the thing. Very weird. I mean, I'm definitely having a problem with the input event mouse button. But that's separate. I probably should just set up an action for the cursor part. I'm not really concerned with the cursor part. Go to the implementation of that function. I don't think there's a bug in the Godot's implementation of the signal. I have a signal hooked up. Oh, here are all the signals, so I can confirm that all of the signals are hooked up. That's kind of cool. And so just on cursor area mouse entered, So whenever anyone enters this area, which I've defined, it's this cube. It's monitoring, it's monitorable. It has ray pickable. It has a collision bit layer set. I'm gonna forget about this one real quick. I'm gonna disconnect the input event one. Should give you the info on how the function works and what it expects. Yeah, that's right here. Mouse enter. Called when the mouse pointer enters any of this object's shapes. Requires input ray pickable to be true and at least one collision layer bit to be set. This shouldn't do anything because this isn't one collision object 3D. Super weird. Yeah, this is something I've done 100 times in 2D, but for some reason this isn't working in 3D. I don't actually need this part now, but if I can't get this part to work, the input event thing is not going to work very well. So, kind of weird. I don't know. We'll figure it out. I don't think I have a different kind of... Yeah, these are all red nodes. Something in the way. I mean, I don't think that's how that works. I guess I could turn path arrival areas pickability off. It is off. So that's good. I already thought about that, I guess. I guess I mean, I could disconnect it and reconnect it, but that doesn't, I don't think that would do anything. The weird thing is the thing I noticed before where it's like the scroll wheel had something to do with it. That's super weird. Because it would detect the mouse enter and exited only when I was also scrolling the scroll wheel. That sounds super weird. I don't know what that means. I don't know what that does. So the on mouse entered gets called only when you scroll. At the moment, is that still true? Yeah. Only when I scroll. So weird. Let's see if that has happened to other people. Another node is blocking mouse events or the viewport is scaled. Oh, there might be some kind of ignore or pass, or there might be a stop viewport thing. This seems unlikely. I should have said area 3D. People are giving me area 2D answers. It says there could be a control node blocking, but I have literally no control nodes. You know what it might be? It might be our sub viewport is eating UI events. Or do we have a sub viewport? I thought we did. Oh no, I got rid of it. Suspicious. Oh, maybe the color rect is eating it. Let's see if the color rect is eating all of my input. Is that possible? Input. No. Mouse. Filter, stop. Yeah, that's probably what's happening. Let's change that to pass. Or actually, let's ignore, because this straight up is never going to need that. That's probably what's happening, because this is working over the whole screen. I don't know why it was working sometimes. This should work now. Yep, all right. God, I hate control nodes. I hate control nodes so much. We're going to use no control nodes in this game. Watch me. Watch me just not do it. I absolutely hate them. All right, mouse entered and exited is working fine now. God. Stupid color rect. Yeah, I mean, it makes sense that the UI has priority. And a color rect might be part of like some kind of button structure or whatever, and you want the UI to stop there. I feel like maybe the default filter should be ignore or pass, though. I feel like having the default be stop is like really bad. Well, what do I know? All right, let's go back and let's figure out the input event stuff now. Yeah, should be off by default, though. I agree with that. I agree with that. All right, I would love to get someone walking around this place soon. Let us... I'm going to call this the grayscale filter, I guess, because that's what I do. Let us set this up. Let's say released over self. Yeah. Because, yeah, wherever the mouse releases is where I want to go. And we read all mouse inputs. This is going to be a one input game. There's just interact, which is going to be any mouse button. Because I would like this to work with touchscreen. I don't think it's going to play very well, but I would like it to work. All right. So all this works. We're not going to do anything with the mouse entered and exited stuff right now. What we are going to do is we're going to have a shader that's kind of based on the stencil buffer, and it's going to do an outline of the tile. So whatever outline, if it's pathable, whatever outline you're hovering over, it will, whatever pathable floor you hover over will have an outline. There, I said it. I said the words correctly. And so now what this needs to do, this pathable floor thing, where is this going to signal to? I just want, what do I want to call this? I'm going to signal to the keeper. I think we're going to signal to the keeper. The keeper is going to be unique because it is. And so this is just going to say, this one is just going to say, can I do this because this isn't part of the same scene as it? I don't know if I can do this exactly the way I want to do it. I think what I need to do is I need to say, because these are in different scenes. So I could have a signal here. Signal, I could say on interaction. I could say interaction signal. it could take a point. Should it take a point? I wonder how different the pathable stuff is going to be from the pickable stuff of like that you can pick this up, you can drop this off. I wonder if going to a tile is the same thing as picking something up. I think it is. I think you'll go to a tile and then you'll interact with it if you can interact with it. I don't think you would need to click again to interact with the thing. So I'm just going to call it an interaction. I'm going to give it a target position. The only thing I'm not 100% sure on is how I'm going to find the thing. Maybe I can register certain things. Like I can have an interactables thing. So this is going to be an interaction here at this target position. And so this could say, oh, I could say interaction.emit position. Actually, what I could say is I could say, oh no, we can say position. Position is fine. I guess I'll do this to get this to stop yelling at me. I hate this so much. Yeah, I don't want to use any of those parameters. Thank you. I'm going to have one thing per tile. I'm not going to have any cases where, like, you have to, like... Event? Oh, no. Okay, so we do need to use event. I don't think I'm going to have any tiles where, like, there are multiple things on a tile and I need to distinguish between what you clicked on. I'm just going to do one thing per tile. So interaction.emit position. So what we need is we need a ready function here. We need to say func ready void. We need to say interaction.connect. We need to connect our signal. We need to connect it to keeper. Dot. We could say like on interaction. Wait, how do I do this is a string? Oh, it's a callable. Yeah, so it can be keeper dot on interaction. And then I need to bind some stuff. So button.press.connect onPress.bind button. Totally. There's so many ways to do connections, signal connections. Not sure if this is the one I want to do, but I think it is. Okay, so I can say on interaction dot bind position. I wonder if that will work. What I probably should do is make a keeper function here. Func on interaction target position vector 3 print target position. Let's see if this works. Crash On cursor input event, error calling from signal interaction to callable node 3D keeper.gd on interaction. Method expected 1 argument but called with 2. What do you mean called with 2? Oh, did I already specify this? Okay. I don't need to bind. That's for binding additional parameters, I think, maybe? There we go. I hate how there's like at least 4 different ways to like set up signal connections between objects. Hey, Noztec, this is a game jam. We're not supposed to eat, sleep, or drink. That's true. I do need to get a snack soon. Hey! Look at this. I can click on a tile and get the tile's position. And I'm getting it into the keeper. So now we just need to get the keeper to path. Let me get the keeper moving. And then I'm going to go get some food. Actually, that's probably a really stupid idea. It's probably going to be forever until I get this guy moving. So why are these tiles all slightly off? They all have a little bit of floating point inaccuracy to them. But I think we've made the system robust enough that we can handle it. So that's good. I mean, it kind of needs to be. Man, where'd all those hydrates go? I'm getting thirsty. Chaos Maker with stretch. Chaos Maker won't be suggestible. Good idea though. I should probably sit up a little more. All right, so we got a signal, we got it connected. So now what the keeper is going to need to do, the keeper is going to need to... Well, not the keeper. The character needs a path function. So path target 2D. So this says... So this we're just going to say... Pathfinder is also going to be accessed. Could Pathfinder be a global? I'm going to just make it a unique. I think it arguably could be a global, but... This is fine. Pathfinder get point path target position. Oh, it needs to be a from. So from is our position to target position. Should store this somewhere probably. Variable point. Actually, exports go first, yeah. Variable point path is a packed vector 3 array. I might look at some of my locomotion code. We're also going to have a func step. That I think we call when we reach the next point. Pathfinder.get. Okay, so what we're going to do is we're going to say point path equals pathfinder.get point path. And then what we're going to do... We'll just start having them move towards, I guess. I guess this is where we do this is where we do func physics process. And we start locomoting. We're just going to say move toward. We can say position equals move toward from position to we'll have a variable. We'll say variable next point should be a vector 3. We'll say next point equals point path dot. Can I pop things off? I don't think packed arrays have pops. Oh, I could slice. We could just keep slicing it. That seems lazy. I could probably just say path index or something. How's it going? It's going okay, Rhiannon. I think we're close to... We can click around and identify different points we want to go to, and now I just got to get the character locomoting that way. And once I've done that, then all the characters can move around. Not necessarily, you know, I need to plug in the behavior for each one to do it, but as far as their character-specific reasons for moving, because only the player character is going to be mouse pilotable. But we're getting close to that, and then I think I'm going to get a snack. I have a salad ready to go in the fridge. Maybe that's dinner, though. Maybe that plus a grilled cheese would be a nice dinner. That's what I did last night, and it was pretty good. A snack? Maybe I get an apple. I don't know if y'all want to just hear me chomping on an apple. Apple with some peanut butter sounds kind of nice, though. All right, I want to go back and look at what we did for bare necessities again real quick. I want to look at my locomoting code. Which, again, I'm not sure where the locomoting code is. Is it in Bernard? So we'd set our goal tile. We do an equal approximately check, which we don't need to do because now we're going to do a signal. We're going to get a signal when we get to the next point. Move along path, move toward. This is exactly what I did, or what I'm going to do. So all I want to know is how we got the next step on the path. Path grid.id to map path array. Next point is path grid.map to local next tile. Next tile is path grid id to map path array current index. Oh, I just tracked an index. Okay, that's kind of what I expected. Getting the movement going will be huge. Yeah. You say I go for a snack? Yeah, I should go for a snack. You've been doing the grilled cheese and soups quite a bit lately? That sounds good. That sounds good. It's going to be... Yeah, grilled cheese and salad is really a summer meal. I do agree we need to be moving towards the grilled cheese and soup. I bought this big loaf of French toast style bread, which is really good. A little too sweet. I think I'm going to make some French toast tomorrow morning, though, as a treat. But yeah, we're doing okay. We probably already had our little cemetery graveyard set up when you left, but now it's all hooked up as a pathfinding network. Ignore these. I love that the broom is their icon for, like, clear away the output error logs. I was like a quarter way through fencing. Well, that's all I need to be. I just copied the rest of it. But yeah, I think it looks good. Crash. Could not resolve class character. Interesting. Oh, I'm in the middle of writing it, right? Move toward from position to next point. This guy needs a walk speed. At export variable walk speed. It's a float. Walk speed times delta. Which float from float? Oh. What? How did this work? Position equals position dot move toward. Okay, great. Love it. There we go. All right, next point is point path. We're going to say next index equals 1. Next index. We're going to say next, actually. Maybe step is good. Maybe next is better. All right, so this should... So get next, get path, next point. On ready, next point should probably just be where we currently are. So we're going to say get path, set walk, and then we should be good. So on interaction, we're going to say get path, target position, set walk. Actually, get path could return so this little guy is going to clip through stuff a bit, and you know, I think I'm okay with it. Like, it's going to be too hard to prevent that. But that's okay. Like, he's going to clip through tombstones and stuff, and I don't think I care enough. All right, let's see what I got. I think I forgot something. Hey, you shouldn't be automatically doing that. Oh, we are still doing that. Never mind. So what if we try to get a path? We need to say if okay, I think there's a way around this. Let's say next index is 0. Well, for this purpose, we're going to say next index is 1. And we just know that's a mistake. But otherwise, this isn't going to work. All right, why aren't we moving? Okay, I should be moving. I'm not. Position equals position dot move towards next point walk speed times delta. Print moving. This should just fill up everything. So that's a little weird. We're back with a snack. Nice, nice, nice. Some fried curry rice with bell pepper, corn, and chicken. That does not sound like a snack, but that's awesome. So we are setting a target here. But we're not moving. What if we get rid of the move toward and we just say position is next point? Okay. Did I jump positions there real quick? Oh, that was a weird pathfinding issue. So the pathfinding is working, but for some reason our gradual movement is not working. This is reminding me of when I fire the scout launcher and I get like a picture back every whenever I spam the click button. But the pathfinding is working, so that's good. Yeah, I understand that. So why is position.move towards not working? This is literally how I've phrased it. Oh, walk speed is 0. Lol. I'm an idiot. So right now he only takes us 1 step towards the path. That's a reasonable walk speed. It's a little slow, actually, maybe. I don't know. How quickly do we want this guy to walk? Maybe 1.5. Yeah, that seems reasonable. All right, so what we need is a system that lets us know that we're in the next tile now. But technically we've got the guy moving, so I'm gonna go grab my snack. Man, I'm really glad I get to work on 3D games sometimes. It's really cool. I think I'm gonna watch... This makes me want to watch some, like, black and white movies. Is it weird that I kind of want to watch Werewolf by Night? I don't think I've seen that in a few years. Does that make me trashy? You can check his velocity because he stops on every tile. Yeah, that's because right now there isn't a system. You really like the shader? Yeah, I like it too. It's kind of unusual. I'll talk about it real quick. But yeah, he stops on every tile because he's supposed to get the next point in the path. Like, he'll get the next point in the path when he thinks he's pretty much gotten to the tile. It's not exact, like, we're not doing an equal approximately check because we want, if there's an interactable in the middle of the tile, we want him to stop short and pick it up or whatever. So there's going to be a little area that he collides with in the next tile, and then that will signal to him to go to the next tile after that. So we need to add that hook. We need to add that signal hookup so he'll keep going along the path until he gets to the end. But yeah, the shader, it's not an average. We basically multiply each channel against itself and then add them together. And then we add then we multiply the result against itself. So it's very like high contrast. Like light stuff, everything gets a little darker, but the dark stuff gets a lot darker. Because I tried the average, because the straight up recommendation was just to average out the channels. But if you look at this stuff is all trash for contrast. Like, every little part of this guy is basically the same. Like, the mustache is a little darker, and the hair is a little darker. And then when we run it, that's all exaggerated. The hat is a lot darker. But when you look at the hat here, it's like, yeah, I guess it's a little darker. It's an interesting side effect of this is that the more monochromatic something is, like the fewer color channels it has colors in, the less bright it is. So like grayscale stuff is a lot brighter than like something that's just red. Kind of interesting. Kind of a weird way. Yeah, it kind of overexposes it. Yeah, that's a good way of thinking about it. Yeah, it's kind of weird, but I kind of like it. We might need to tune some things. Like, we can reduce the modulation of, like, these fences if we feel like these fences are too bright and distracting. Like, we can tweak individual elements. But, yeah, because I feel like they're a little too bright. Yeah, this will be fun. I should probably stop this French sanity that's going on here. Contrast really plays into the theme. Yeah, because I'm not really doing anything black and white theme-wise mechanically, but I do want to achieve that black and white like Hammer horror look. I think as long as I achieve that, I'll have done something. I'll get at least a 3 on the theme interpretation out of 5. You're still going? It's going good. It's going okay. We got stuff moving. We need to set up sequential pathfinding, but if I spam click, we'll at least keep going here. Yeah, so he doesn't finish his route. You can kind of see. Which I think is okay. There's going to be some clipping for that, but I can live with that clipping. Because I don't want him to be forced to finish his route before he goes somewhere else. Which means you can kind of cheese him around until he's like in between tile layers, but I feel like if you do that, then like whatever. You're just being and you can't like escape the level by doing that, so I think it's fine. I'm not gonna worry about it. I'm not gonna worry about the potential to cheese. But yeah, right now he's not automatically moving. Like I'm manually setting the target every time. I'm clicking constantly. What we need is the automated stepping system for getting the next step in the path. But yeah, this already feels huge. This feels huge, which is good because it's like what, like 5 o'clock? We've been live for 5 hours. This is all we have. So we got this. I'm gonna finish this. We'll probably oh yeah. So there's an error here. This is a problem. Next index equals 1. We're gonna address that. We need a safety check here. I'm gonna have to see how that works. 1 second. I'll be back. I'm gonna run the ads since the ad starts in 3 minutes anyway. I'm gonna just run the ads and get a snack, and I'll be back. Thanks for hanging out. Happy Saturday. If you're jamming, you got this. If I'm any indication, you can be way behind and you can still come back. We might do some downsampling, Chaos Maker. I'll show you my last 3D game, which is downsampled hard. Hey, Sapphire, you're gonna be lurking a bit. No worries. Good luck. Seize the day. All right, we're back. Yeah, I'll show you this real quick. Chaos Maker. This is our last, oh, it's right here. It's just a bowl full of apple slices with peanut butter. I'll be eating it. You'll be dealing with it. My last thing was like a high-res 3D. I think also using K-Kit. It was like a little driving game based on Wheelie Yellow. But this, I'm using all high-res 3D assets in this, but if you'll... I hope this works. So if I just go through, you can see how down-resed I did it. I did it like 180p, like PlayStation 1 down-res style. I don't know if this game will look... I kind of think the high-res favors the black and white. But yeah, this was really good for this game. I like this kind of... Godot makes it so easy to downsample. This isn't even a shader. It's just a sub-viewport container. Like, I didn't even have to do anything to make this happen, and it looks so good. Oh, don't get kicked. Memories. I know, it's over a year ago. This was like August. This was Solo Dev Jam number 4. Bam. Yeah, that was fun. I enjoyed making that game. Yeah, I don't know how I would set up the dithering, but we'll see. I think this game kind of benefits from being high res though, because of just the high contrast black and white. I think it would be a little disorienting if I was downsampling it, but I don't know. We can try stuff. Symbol, your valet game was from Solo Dev 4? Oh yeah, I remember that. I love that. The sound effects you did for that were like my favorite. You found a bunch of screen space dithering shaders online I could look into? Yeah, we might try some of that stuff. I found some horror stuff, but it was more about doing like VHS and like scan line and like chromatic aberration and all that stuff. And I was like, I don't know if we're going to have that. We might do noise. I might add a noise layer. I think that could be nice. I'm going to take a light touch to post-processing because again, this is going to be on the web. This is a web game. Oh man, Simba, you turned that into a Steam release? What did you call that game? Yeah, it does make things complicated. I'm in compatibility mode, so right now everything we've been doing will be fine. But yeah, it definitely constrains what we can do here. Normally it doesn't matter when I'm doing a 2D game. I'm like, so it's on the web, whatever. But for this, yeah, for a 3D, it's definitely going to matter. Okay, so now I'm curious how this is going to work, but we are going to set this up here. So let's get the character scene set up because this character scene is going to need an area. So this is going to need an area 3D. It's going to be hard to judge exactly where this area should be. Area 3D will have a collision shape, of course. It's going to be a capsule, maybe? Maybe we make these guys a capsule. Instead of a sphere. Maybe not. Maybe a sphere is still fine. We could just put it in an offset. Does it matter? I don't think it matters, actually. But I do need to figure out is how big it is. So this little guy reaches out to about... His arms reach about halfway to the next tile. So what I think I want to do is I want this to be about a quarter of that. So maybe 0.25, like this. I'm gonna call this path arrival area. I should probably call this 3D. Oh, thanks for the Steam link. Yeah. Valet parking not included. This was so great. I don't have the audio hooked up, but let me see if I can do something about that real quick. Where's the sound effects? Did you do real sound effects for the Steam version? Oh, at least we got the car parked voice line. Or was the music just too loud? That's awesome. Congrats on pushing this through and actually getting it up on Steam. This is probably too big, this path arrival area. That's half a meter. The other one's 3/4 of a meter, so they would arrive. So when you got to the edge of the tile, you'd be treated as being there. I don't think I want it to be that far. I think I want it to be... Let's also make this 0.25. Yeah, that's probably better. So it's a little bit of a node-based thing, and so what we're going to do is we're going to hook this up. We'll hook this up to say area entered, connect. This will be on path arrival area entered. Connect. So we'll have a signal called arrived at, and it will say we'll call it the destination position. I don't know. Here we can say arrived at dot emit position. You don't use the area. Adagon. Hey, that's my car. That's great. What's up, Adagon? How's it going, Raiders? Welcome in. We're jamming. Are you jamming, Adagon? We're solo deving. How was the jam? Or how was the stream, Adagon? What have you been working on? Don't mind me while I eat this apple. Oh my god, P. Gorley. Rick Rolls. Welcome in. We're working on a reverse farming game for this jam. I'm calling it the Grave Escape. Where you're the guardian, you're the keeper of a cemetery, and your job is to keep all the monsters inside the cemetery. So you've got to tend to their graves to keep them happy, or they'll rise up and leave and ransack the town. And or kill you if you get in their way. I might call this personal space. All right, so the way we're setting this up now, so now we've got this on-path arrival area entered. We can say arrived at dot emit position, and now we got to go to the character. And then the character. We can have an on arrived at signal. Func on arrived at destination position. We're working on some pathfinding stuff right now. I think we're getting there. So when we arrive at a position, what we can do is we can try to get the next. You can say if next index that's one is less than point path dot length. What's a packed vector 3 arrays? Is it size? Size. Okay. Is it a function? We can say get next. Do we actually need the destination position? I guess we might. Maybe we don't, actually. Maybe we don't. Maybe we don't actually need to know this. Well, let's keep sending it for now. I might change my mind on this. Actually, let's just not bother for now, and we'll see if we care. We'll see if we care later. Because the character is going to know where it is. It doesn't need to ask where it arrived at, because that's where it is. I guess there is a potential problem with that in theory, but we're gonna pretend it's not a real problem. We'll see very quickly whether it's a problem or not. So if we can get the next, we will. And the get next is just next index plus equals 1. Thanks for the hydrate, Adagon, and Chaos Maker. Next index is 1, and then next point is going to be point path. Next index. And then if we've arrived, so variable has path bool. Let's say if has path. This is very lazy, but we're doing it. We can add some interaction stuff. We can have a hook in here where if we're not continuing down the path, we'll just carry on. I'm interested to see if next index is 0. I'm interested to see how this works. Because we'll already be on the path. Yeah, I think next index has to start with 1, which means I need to say if point path dot size is greater than 1. Because the first index of point path is literally the point that we're at already. And I don't want to... It's generally good to force your unit to, like, go to the center of the tile and then continue pathfinding. For various reasons, I don't want to do that. So we're not going to. So let's see what this has. Let's see what happens here. Let's see if we can pathfind and then we actually continue on. Nope. So what didn't happen? Oh, we didn't connect the signal. We need to add that here. Arrived at dot connect. Oh. I actually can't do it this way, huh? This can't be a signal. I understand. I understand what we're going to do. So what we can do, we can call a function from the area. So we can say area.getParent. What is getParent node 3D? That's very specific. Oh, yeah, we don't want to do that. That's cool, though. So we can get the parent, and then we can call a function. which we'll call on arrived at. And we probably want to pass something in here, but we're not going to do it right now because we're lazy. And then so this is not going to be... This is not a signal. But we'll still say just on arrived at. Could have called it on target. Well, that might not be its target, I guess. Let's see what happens. No, non-existent function call on arrived at in base node 3D pathable. This is the receiving area. So this is the other area. You know, maybe putting this on the pathable node was the mistake. Maybe we should have put this on the character. Oh, I think I need to change the collision layers for this. I need to put this on a different collision layer. I think. Yeah, why are we doing this on here? Yeah, let's not do this here. Let's do this on the character. So the character will find out when it's run into something else. Because then we can have that work whether it's talking about the floor or it's talking about something. I don't know. I'm actually not 100% sure what I want to do there, but let's do it like this instead. We'll say area entered. On personal space entered. That's more general, and I think we can work with that. Personal space entered. Oh, we don't want to do it at the keeper level, though. Oops, that was a mistake. We want to do this at a lower level. We want to do this at its parents' level. Oh, but this doesn't have a script. Because I made it. Can I still do this, or will this not work? There's no script. Okay, we can't do it this way. We cannot do it this way. However... I'm gonna think about this. Chaos Maker, you just switch to Tailwind CSS on your project. It's so nice not to write 100 lines of CSS boilerplate just to center a div or align elements in a wrapper. It sounds nice. I do no web dev, but I've watched enough episodes of. I've listened to Tej enough to know that sounds better. I've listened to enough episodes of the stand-up to have heard the name Tailwind before. All right, so we're going to do this. The signal is in the pathable floor. It's going to signal to the character that they've arrived. If we're going to do some kind of registration thing where you can figure out what's in a tile. You can figure out what's on a floor, whether it's an interactable or it's like another character. And then we can trigger follow-up interactions off of that. That's how we're going to do this. So on arrived at. Position. You say destination position. The vector 3. We're not going to use it for now, but it's there. And I reset the collision stuff. Still didn't work. Area.getParent. On arrival or on arrived at. Position. Non-existent function call on arrive at in base node 3D pathable. Why are you calling another pathable? That should not be possible. I set this to a different.
Isn't necessarily a thing you achieve. Rather, it is a state of mind which you constantly strive
Print.
toward.
Actually, before we do this, let's try to get some debug information out of this. Let's say, I know I could actually run the debugger, but print self and area.
Be like water.
Pathable floor 121. Pathable. I want to say area.get parent. I want to see what's colliding with what here. Pathable floor 121 is colliding with pathable floor 122. That should not be possible. You know what I probably did is there's probably two floors. There's probably two floor tiles that overlap. I bet 121 and 122 are in the same place. Yep, they are. So 122, you're going down. That explains it. I was like, I thought I fixed this. Oh. Okay, the get next failed. Why? Next index 1. Get next index plus equal 1. Next point is point path next index. I just asked if point get next. Like, if next index -1, maybe the -1 is the problem here. No, this is correct. Next index -1 is less than point path dot size. Then we can get the next. We should be able to do that. So if size is 6, oh, it's -2, isn't it? Actually, let's increment next index immediately. Hey! Okay, how am I still running into this problem? Who else calls get next? Anybody? Nobody? Do you call get next? Nope. Let's look at this. Next index is now 10. Point path is size 10. Oh, I need to stop doing the -1. Getting confused. Yeah, so he stops before he gets like far into the tile, which is what we want, because in the middle of the tile is going to be the thing he interacts with. So what we do need to do is some kind of look at. I'm tempted to have the look at only operate on the mesh to not actually change the orientation of the object itself. I don't know if I normally care about that. Okay, so if we're here and I want to go to here, we shouldn't path through here. Yeah, we're not doing it because of the path waiting. That's beautiful. I think when the monster reaches the edge of this is where we do the big puff of... We need some kind of puff of smoke effect for when we want to disappear stuff. That shouldn't be that hard. I think it's about time to add the camera behavior. You're going now? Got some work? No worries. Nice progress today. Yeah, we'll be working on this on stream for a few more hours, and then I will be working on it most of the night. So yeah, hopefully if you check back in later, we should have some pretty crazy progress. But thanks for hanging out. Take it easy. Have a great Saturday night. Or whatever time zone it is for you. Thanks for hanging out. All right, now we should be looking where we're going and walking there. Hey! I probably want the look at to be maybe a little smoother. Is there like a look towards? Or do I have to look at... How do I do a smooth look forward or look towards something? What's the best way to do that? I could just lerp between two positions. Could lerp. I could say vector 3i, vector 3, position plus vector 3 dot back or forward. Forward. Dot lerp to next point. That doesn't work. Oh, I need the local plus. How do I get their local? Oh, can I just say forward? How do I know my forward? Like where I'm currently looking at. I guess I could do a rotate move toward. Here, let's do that. Exponent to rotate equals. Is there a rotate towards? There is a rotate toward equals FBX dot rotation. Rotate towards. Show me the rotate toward function. Similar to move toward, but interpolates correctly when the angles wrap around. This is an angle. I don't remember. I'm gonna look it up. I feel like I could just find a position in front of me, but I need to find the position that's the global position that's locally in front of me. Hey, Diginanigans, how are things going? It's good. We're moving around. We're moving around. The problem is just that I need a look at FBX model dot look at next point. I forget the delta. So we got our pathfinding network up. All the characters can use it. The only thing is we're jumping immediately to our next target, and I would like a little smoothness, so I'm working on that. And I don't remember how that works. Although when we run out of, I should set idle. I should set the idle animation when we arrive. We'll say set idle. How are you doing? How was your day? Good, good. That's fun. I should have like an animation queue thing so that we wait till the animation's finished and play the next animation in the queue. We'll see. We'll see if I do that. We might end up just snapping between animations. Not too bad. You finished doing a bunch of errands, snacking on some ramen and chicken, going to work on the map editor some more. Nice, nice, nice. You got basic UI controls up to switch placement models, etc. That's great. Does Godot let you lerp between animation states? I don't know. I don't usually use Animation Player. It's a good question. I'm going to lock these so I'm not constantly clicking them right now. Oh yeah, we don't need to do this lookup in every physics process. So maybe what we do this automatically turns the node though, which is what I don't necessarily want. So we don't do that. We don't need to do this here. We can do this when we do get next. We could do a tween. I think a tween is not a bad idea. So like get tree. How do I make a tween? I don't remember. Get tree, create tween. So then we can just tween this up. We can say tween property. We could tween the rotation. Self. Actually, not self. We want to do FBX model. We want to tween its rotation towards Here's the part where I don't totally understand. Nanigans, your issue with your map editor is the more that you complete on it, there's more even things you find you want to get done. Yeah, I get that. Okay, so I understand look at. I could also do rotate towards. I could say FBX model dot rotation rotated. I don't want to rotate the axis. by an amount. I want to... Can I say rotate toward? I don't know how to gradually rotate a 3D object around. I could lerp angle the rotation. I don't need to do it in process. A lot of people are doing this in process. Actually, I guess it's reasonable to do it in process, huh? Maybe we don't use a tween. Self.transform.origin. What is transform.origin? The translation offset of this transform. Yeah. This can be seen as the position. Yeah, this is just my offset from the origin of the 3D space. How is that useful? This is the kind of stuff I don't want to spend time on. I could have just been like, yeah, it's fine to snap to the target. Let's move on to the next thing. But I want to do this. I want to do this easily. We'll figure it out. Not going to do this. Pretty sure origin is the point that is used for things like rotation, etc. Yeah, but is it like, is that where I'm currently looking? Because that's what I want to change. Usually for like, in Unity, you could just say, give me my transform and then give me my transform dot forward. And it would be like, here's the vector that your little duder is facing in. Does Godot have anything like that? Transform dot forward? No. So if your origin is in the center, you are rotating around its current spot. If your origin is in a corner, you're rotating around that spot. I don't understand, but it's cool. I'm at the point in the jam where like things that should probably be easy for me to understand are not. I could do... I don't want to do it this way. The way this person's recommending is just do look at for like a separate node and then lerp towards that node's rotation. And it's like, no. Transform.basis? Okay. Okay. The basis of this transform, it's composed by 3 axes. Together these represents the transform's rotation, scale, and shear. But how do I make use of that? Because it's a separate thing. It's a matrix. All right. See Discord? All right. Diginanigans to the rescue here. That's Fusionist. Hell yeah. All right, this is how you're doing your gradual look towards for your camera. Basis is transform.basis. Input.get axis. This looks cool. This looks cool. I'm going to just stick with what I have for now. This is going to be, if I have time, we'll go back and do this. For right now, we're just going to look at the next point. Well, here's what we're going to do. Here's what we're going to do. Look at lerp. Well, let's look at position.lerp to next point by 1. Well, we weren't. Maybe I should track my last point. Variable last point. I appreciate the help, Nanigans, though. It's for a camera object. Yeah, I looked at that and I was like, this is very different than what I'm doing. But it looked good. I'm just going to try to lerp our last position to the next position. So we're going to say last point, lerp to next point. Anytime we assign next point, first thing, we'll just set last point to be next point. Oh, we have to do it. We have to do it in reverse this time. Hey, Skywalk. Hey, 9herb. What's up? You're done working for the day, symbol? That sounds great. What's up, Skywalk? All right, let's see if this works. This may or may not work. Let's see what happens when he starts to round this corner. Nope. Well, I am still saying look at, aren't I? Maybe this wait is too long. Oh, 1 will take us all the way there. The wait needs to be less than 1. Because 1 will just take us all the way to the end of the lerp. Game jam again? Yeah, we're jamming. Okay, this is bad. Oh, it almost works. Almost works. I say almost. It almost doesn't seem to cut it. What if we did position.lerp? That work? No. What is look at? It's the local forward axis. Rotates the node so that the local forward axis points. I want to know what the local forward axis is. Just tell me what it is. Tell me what my local forward axis is. I guess it's that basis you're talking about. This is kind of annoying. I'll spend a few more minutes on this. Yeah, you're sure all that stuff relates to that? Yeah. I don't know why I'm having a hard time with this. I've done this before. Everyone's solutions to this seem like insane. Target global transform.origin. Everyone seems to be using this. I don't understand what it is. Like, I don't see the distinction between the origin and the global position. I want to use look at, but slowly. I don't want to use a tween. Basis.slurp might actually be what we need. Let's look at the basis.slurp. Okay, there it is. The thing is, how do I get a new basis? Performs a spherical linear interpolation with the two bases given a weight. Both this basis and 2 should represent a rotation. Why does this need a... Start basis is basis.identity. Target basis is basis.identity.rotated. So I need to know how much we're rotating, though. And this, we're just back to the same problem. Thanks to Shenanigans. I don't know. I don't know if it helps. I think I need to move on. Skywalk, literally all I'm trying to do is get to something to look at something gradually. And it's such a stupid thing to be hung up on. Because it doesn't matter, but I just want to do it. And I can see a number of ways to do it, but I don't understand them. So I'm not using them. So I'm trying to find a method I understand. Using an interpolation... Using this interpolation tween method seems like fine. I should just grab some angles. I should figure out some angles and just do it. Just do it with angles and rotation. I think using look at is where I'm getting messed up. Let's stop using look at. Okay, someone else is doing something else here. Oh yeah, I can just use my global rotation.y, huh? Okay. This is the exact same. Let's look at the kids can code example. That's usually the level of programming I'm ready for, is the kids can code level of Okay, rather than use look at, we can use the transform object's looking at method, which doesn't rotate the node, but returns the transform that would be looking at the target. This is great. Combine this with the interpolate with method, which returns an intermediate transform. We can smoothly transition. Thanks. I don't know why I look anywhere except kids can code. Oh, I might also want to interpolate the... It operates on the transform, so it is affecting... All right, let's try this. Let's try this. We could theoretically move the position this way as well, which we might do. So I would need to know my target node. Right now I only have a target position is maybe the problem. Maybe I can't do this because I don't know the position. I don't have a transform to work with. This looks good though. I still don't understand what the transform origin is. Yeah, that's a great example. It's the kids can code. Doesn't look at return the rotation that would be rotated towards the thing looked at. As far as I can tell, look at just does it. But I don't know how to call that fake. Like, I don't know how to call that without actually using it, right? Like, you can't just... Can I say variable rot equals look at? No, it's a void, I think. Yeah, it doesn't return anything. Why are we working on this? Why am I doing this? I need to be getting the other characters moving around. I need to not be spending like 20 to 30 minutes on just rotating something gradually. You shouldn't need to touch transform origin if you want. It's what the example uses. It's the position. They start from that. I'm just going to start from target position. I'm going to start from the target position. And we're going to hope that that's right. This is why you should rarely do anything in a jam that you don't fully understand, which is not always optional. Not always. You're not always able to be like, I'm not going to do this because I haven't done it before. All right. So our target position is next point. We know that. We're going to say variable new transform. We have to make a new transform every time we do this. All right. Let's see. I'm going to try their example. We're going to say self dot, not self, FBX model dot transform dot looking at next point vector 3. Well, that's already set to vector 3 up. Oh, this might be wrong. Does this also have the use model front? Okay, it does. Use model front needs to be true for us. Dot up false or true. Okay, and then what we're going to do is we're going to say FBX model dot transform equals, whoa, we're just assigning the oh no, we're saying FBX model dot transform dot interpolate with new transform walk speed times delta. So this operates on both the position and the rotation, so I'm curious to see if this works. The thing we're not doing is we're not doing this transform origin thing. So as long as our target's in global space, this should maybe work okay. Okay, so it's not doing the position, but it did the rotation pretty well. Okay, so this maybe is gonna work. Okay, so the rotation's way too slow, for sure. Just set the speed to be way higher. E.g., for a planet orbiting the sun, the transform origin of the planet would be the sun. Transform origin of a spin top is the center of that spin top. I don't get it. I mean, I get it. The thing I don't get is the difference. So is the transform origin for a global positioned object 0? I don't understand vector math. So don't even try to teach me vector math. I don't know how to do this. I think I give up. I think we're just going to pop to our next rotation. I don't care. I would like it to gradually rotate towards the thing, but this is fine. Let's move on. Let's do something that actually matters. It's what you are rotating around. Okay, so it sounds like I do need that. But I don't know. It's okay. The origin is the point upon which you would rotate an object and also get the object's global position from. and also get the object global position from. Yeah, so you lost me again. I don't see how those two positions would be the same thing. But don't worry about it. Don't try to teach me vectors. I hate vectors. I almost never need to use them. This is why camera rotation doesn't work in my game right now. I mean, not this game, like my main game. Oh, I went out. I clicked over here, and the guy decided the best way to get over here was to leave. That I'm a little concerned about that, but I'm gonna be okay with it for now. Yeah, I think instant snap sucks, but I'm kind of okay with it. All right, so what do I want to do next? I've got a character that I can move around. They can reach their destination. They can move around just fine. This guy moves around by me telling him to go certain places. Yeah, this is a polish. Getting this guy to rotate gradually is a polish element. We are not at polish. Okay, so I think the weight might be a little too high. Because even if I'm here... Oh. I maybe don't want to pilot based on a scroll wheel input. Event is input.mouse. Let's look at input mouse. Button index. Mouse button. I'm going to say 1 or 2. Okay, we can't say is 1 or 2, but we can say 1 or event.button index is equal to 2. We could also say and event.is released. All right, so we got that. We're okay with the rotation for now. That's something I'll work on tomorrow if I run out of things to work on. I don't think anyone's gonna deeply care. Like, if the worst problem with this game is that the character immediately looks in the direction that it's going, I'll be in a good spot. So we're just gonna forget about this. So what do I want to do? I guess I should get the other characters set up to some extent, maybe? Nah, not yet. What I should probably start doing is just laying out how I think I want the level to be. I should start making more objects and stuff. Like, I should come up with an interactable model. Like, let's do that. Like, let's set up a shovel that I can pick up or something. So here's the shovel object. We need to give this thing like an interactable characteristic. Actually, we're going to make a new scene. We're going to do this. We kind of have been doing this for everything. We're going to make a new 3D scene. We're going to call this shovel stand. I don't know. We'll add the shovel dirt scene to this. We'll add a script here. Shovel stand. Actually, what we should do first is we should make a parent script that's like interactable or something. I don't know. So characters won't be interactable per se. So we're going to make an interactable script. New script. Interactable. It's going to inherit node 3D. An interactable is going to need to have a position. Our new shovel stand thing. Scripts / shovel stand. Its parent is gonna be interactable, which doesn't exist. Should make that exist. Cancel. So I should save this scene. Shovel stand. Put that in shovels here. So the interactable is going to be the thing you pick up, not the thing you put down. So you can pick up a shovel, or a candle is maybe a better example. So you pick up a candle, or like candy or something. That's the interactable, is the thing you pick up. And then when you go deliver it somewhere, the place you deliver it to, is that also an interactable? Maybe I need pick up and drop off. But maybe they're both interactables, a pickup and a drop off. Maybe they have similar functionality. I don't know. I have to think about how I want to do this. Interactable extends a node 3D. It's going to need some kind of an area. Will it though? Maybe it doesn't need an area. Maybe it needs to register with a pathable. So you can ask what interactables are at a certain pathable position. That I could see making sense. So you walk over to this thing. If this thing is there and it's interactable and it's a pickup, you'll pick it up. If it's an interactable and you walk over to this thing and it's a drop off, if you have something, if you have like a tool, if you have the thing, then you can drop it off. I think that's how we're going to do this. Keep eating my snack here. I keep forgetting. Thanks for the hydrate, Rhiannon. I think what I'm going to do right now is we're going to take the camera out of mini delivery and we're going to try to shove it in here. Okay, so the camera has a pivot point, which is above the car. But that's because the car turns. Maybe we don't need a pivot point. Let's look at our camera code. Oh, look at us. Look at us using our transform. You know, maybe what I could do is I could look at our transform.basis 1. Is that it? I'm not going to think about it. I got to stop thinking about that thing. I think this should be all right. We don't want this FOV stuff. We're not going to do any FOV changing. That would be crazy. I just want a little simple follow camera, and I've already written one. I say written. Written's a strong word. We might actually be able to learn some stuff here about the camera pivot. We might be able to remember how to do this thing. Look at from position. What is this? Moves the node to the specified position, then rotates the node toward the target position. This happens instantly, though, right? Huh. Moves it, then rotates it. Oh, we could use this. Because we're lerping the position that we're headed towards. We could also... That would also lerp the... Maybe it doesn't lerp it. I don't know. No, it's not the same. It's not the same. Maybe it is. I don't know. Maybe it would work. That'd be like lerping the goal, which we aren't currently doing, but maybe that would help. I don't know. Let's get this camera over, and then we'll figure it out. Oop, didn't want to do that. Open that back up. Camera 3D, let's add a camera 3D. Script. Let's get rid of all this stuff we don't use. Camera pivot is going to be just our parent. Not going to do any of this FOV stuff. I don't even think we're going to change the height ever. We're not going to do any FOV stuff. We don't need the previous position because we're not going to be measuring speed. Let's see what this does. Whoa. Okay, so we need to maintain some kind of height. Maybe I shouldn't have deleted that. But this is pretty much the camera style I want, where it like moves when it needs to. But I want to, we need to stay way higher up here. So maybe I shouldn't have deleted that part of the code. Maybe we should maintain our height. Negative 0.5. Our height should probably stay higher. We should probably force ourselves to stay higher here. That's too high. Okay, this is doing it gradually, so maybe there's a secret in here for me. We are doing some stuff with global transforms. Well, it's using our position as... It's using our character's transform as... as the transform to do the thing for. The thing is we aren't getting that from... We could be, though, I guess. We could get that. All right, maybe there's a secret here. Maybe there's a trick here that I can use. I don't know how to constrain this thing's height correctly. So if I can find a reasonable height level, this is good. Why is 4 such a... Why is, like, the values so different? Four is, like, an overhead camera, and 2 is, like, on the ground, and I don't know what the difference is. Oh, that's not good. Maybe we can't use this camera mode thing. Alright, let's do something simpler. Forget about it. We're just gonna have the camera follow the keeper around for now. That seems like the what's for the best here. Maybe there's something here for us later. Whoa. I deleted the camera. That was a mistake. I want to get rid of this script. Close. Okay, where are you, cameraman? You're way up there. Let's move you down, I guess. 3. I would like to do some rotating. I mean, I could kind of do that. I don't want... The thing is, I don't want the camera to always be behind the character. I don't necessarily want it to be like this either. But we'll see. We'll see if I can make something like that work. I don't think I can in the time that I have, but... This is okay. I might angle it up more. I don't think I've found a camera angle that I'm happy with yet. We should probably start filling in this graveyard. Forget the rest. Forget the juice for now. I'm telling myself this. I'm not having to convince anyone else. So an interactable, what's important about an interactable? The important thing about an interactable is that it has, yeah, maybe it doesn't need an area because we can tell where it is. So I said I was gonna have like an export variable at export. Um, so I could try to do this in a way where this gets set up. Or I could just export it. We could just say like path ID. Although no, we actually don't know the path ID from say location. And the location could be a pathable. So when we put a pathable down, or when we put an interactable down, the interactable has a location, which is a pathable. And we could do some kind of registration thing where we have a dictionary. We could keep some kind of dictionary of all the interactables, maybe in the cemetery. Does anyone interact with any... Oh, those zombies interact with stuff. So I think my goal for this evening is to make all the interactables, set up the level, and get all that stuff going. Get the stuff where like you can bring candy to a candy bucket. You can take a shovel to a grave. I need to work on all that fundamental stuff. And then tomorrow we can work on actually making it, like on juicing it up and everything and getting audio and getting UI and all that stuff in there. I think I gotta keep focusing on the fundamentals right now. Keep eating my apple here too. Hope everyone's having a good night so far. I'm definitely feeling the time crunch, but I'm trying to keep my eye on the ball here. What do I need to, why would I need to distinguish between a pickup and a drop off? They'd all have requirements for like when you could do something, right? So if you walk up to an interactable, if you walk up to a shovel stand, you can just pick up the shovel, right? It might cause something to happen, like you might lose the candle you were holding or whatever. So whatever the interactable is, it would you would trigger that interaction. I guess the character is the one who would be controlling the interaction. The interactable would just is just essentially holding data. I was wondering like how much of a class structure, class hierarchy I wanted to use. I don't think I want pick upable, drop offable, or pick up or drop off or something like that. I think I just want an interactable. So if you arrive at a pathable, if you arrive at a pathable floor point, it'll check some dictionary of like all the floors and it'll be like, is there an interactable here? And if there's an interactable at the point that you've just arrived, you'll try to interact with it. And maybe the interactable will impose some conditions. You wrapping up for the night, Sapphire? Have a good night. Trying to pull an island. I'm trying. I'll be asleep by like midnight or 1 or something. I'm not gonna go too crazy. But thank you. Have a great rest of your night. Thanks for hanging out, y'all. I guess if I need to change the structure of this thing, I can. For now, I think I'm just gonna... So we've got our shovel stand, we've got a shovel. So that's the other thing I need to think about. What about stuff that you can hold? I think stuff that you can hold is just gonna be in your hands, and then your hands are gonna be out like this. Because the characters don't really have a lot of animations. Like if I bring up the character animation... Or not that one. If I bring up an actual character and I go to the keeper, just open anyway. So I've got some interact animations. So I can just play those when they try to interact with something. I could play one at random. Interact right or interact left. And then if you're holding something, so there's hold left and hold right. So I guess I could just have it in your hand and you just walk around with it. Do I let the player hold 2 things in their hand? So they can technically do it. Probably not. There's also holding both. I don't think I need. So yeah, I think I pick a random interact. So you interact, if you interact with your left hand. Oh, I would want to interrupt this animation, huh? You'd like start playing it and then like interrupt it. Or maybe we don't even play it. Maybe you just jump to holding left. And if we can, we get like an animation manager that like swings this stuff. The shenanigans, don't think you need a difference between them. Just give them a conditional, decide if it's interactable, and even in an event signal, whatever to do when it's interacted with. Yeah, something like that. I like to have the generic behavior as high up as possible. Like, or maybe as low down as possible, however you think of your hierarchy. I just like to have generic behavior set up in a generic way. I've done this enough times where I think I can get away with just having everyone having their own implementation. And that becomes such a nightmare, especially when you're time constrained. So, emote. What's this emote? Oh, that's great. Is there an eat emote? There probably isn't. Drive. Cute. Die. Die is pretty good. Oh, there's a pickup animation. Oh, yeah, this is what I was planning on using. I don't know if the things I'm going to have the character carry around are big enough for this, but maybe it's fine. All we really need to do is we need to make sure that the player can cover over a grave with dirt. So that's like you pick up the shovel, you walk over to an open grave, you arrive there, I guess, and then you'll just fill it in with dirt. I also kind of think I want the player to be able to like clean up, to like tidy the tombs, but I don't think they necessarily need a shovel to do that. Like, I don't think people would assume that you need a shovel to like remove weeds. So that's the skeletons. The ghosts are like, you need to drop off more candles when the candles burn out to keep the ghosts away. I gotta figure out how I'm gonna have the candles set up. Zombies are gonna have buckets of candy in their yard, and if the buckets become empty and they try to feed, they will leave. If they can't find a full bucket, they will leave. So they'll look around, I guess. They'll check all the buckets. They'll have a bucket list, if you will. And then the vampires are stuck in the crypts. And if the garlic runs out, so like the garlic is going to be like a fuse, and the string of garlic will like start to run out of garlic. And you got to refill the garlic. You got to bring more garlic over. So I'll have like a barrel of garlic or something. So I'll just make like a pile of candles or something that you can hold. I guess I need a handheld version as well as the... Yeah, let's keep working on the shovel. So I guess I need an interactable and I need a holdable or something. Or maybe I don't need a holdable. Maybe I just have like... Maybe the character just keeps track of what it's holding. I guess just the keeper could keep track of what it's holding. I don't need to do anything with the stuff that you're holding. It's just a model. It's just an FBX model that you're carrying around. And it'll have a type, and that type can just be like an enum or something. And when you interact with the next thing will be like, I'm an interactable. I require this. You can be like, wow, I have that. And then the interaction can continue or it won't. Okay. It seems okay. So I guess the thing that I'm focusing on first are the pickup locations. So I guess let's just focus on the shovel stand. In which case, does an interactable need to be an abstract script? Or is it just array? Are all interactable scripts the same, and they just have some data that they hold? I think that's true. I don't think it's the same as like the characters, which have like their own behavior. So let's undo what I did here by making an interactable be an abstract class. I think all the interactable points are going to have just an interactable script. And I'm not going to worry about it. This script. And so this will have an FBX model, which is this, and it has a location. So if I go here to the cemetery, I'm going to place, I'm going to make a node. We'll have it beneath the characters. Oh, maybe above the characters. But not on the grounds. Actually, maybe it is in the grounds. Maybe not, though. Interactables. Maybe I will use a node structure here just to distinguish between pickup and drop-off points. So maybe it's an organizational distinction for me, not like a code distinction or anything. So let's add... Oh, if I change my mind about this later, though... Drop off is the wrong word. I'm gonna forget about pickup and drop off. Forget that distinction. What I do want is a shovel stand here. So we're gonna put a shovel stand here. So when the player walks over to this shovel stand, they'll get a shovel. All right, let's set up that interaction. So I need some kind of table of interactables. Maybe this should just have a script attached to it and be unique. Access as unique name. Interactables. This is going to have like a dictionary. The key is going to be pathable. It could be a pathable or it could be a location, but I think it would be better if it was a pathable. It could also be an ID. Be an int. Maybe not. Maybe we'll start with a pathable. And then we'll go to, and the value is going to be an interactable. So a pathable leads to an interactable. I can make that work. I need to remember how to declare these things. So in here, in this scene, so in the so the shovel stand has a location. I need to unlock the floors. So floor 3. So your location is floor 3. Floor 3. Scripts, interactable. Okay, and so what happens? So the interaction should be controlled by the interactable, I guess. Maybe. Now I'm heading back towards. Maybe this is an abstract class. I need a quick bio break. I'm going to run the ad, and I'll be back in a few minutes here. Thanks for hanging out, everybody. I know it's getting late. All right, I'm back. Yeah, I think we're just gonna have some export variable stuff. So it'll be like at export variable pickable bool and export variable so if it's pickable, it could have a pickup. This is why I want to do it slightly different, but I don't really care. This would be like a packed scene or something. I'd really want this to be a preload. Maybe a pickup is a kind of interactable. Maybe we'll do it like that. And a drop off will be. Although I guess there's a thing that's not a drop off or a pickup, and it's like the tombstones. That's something that you can tend. I don't quite know how I want to organize this. First, let's just get the hookup so that when I arrive at this location, I look to see if there's an interactable there, and if there is, it tells me, and then I can interact with it. Let's get that. Let's get that much at least. Let's start. Let's just step by step. Step by step. On interaction, get path set walkable. This isn't really on interaction. This is like set target. Actually, is an interaction? Yeah, no, yeah, because zombies have interactions. I guess the vampires might too. Like they'll try to walk up to the crypt door. Maybe they try to walk up to the crypt door and they try to interact with the string of garlic, and if there's any garlic on it, they go back. But as soon as that last garlic piece is gone, they escape. Same thing with like the zombies. They'll have a list of like the candy buckets in their pen, quote unquote, and they'll check them all. And as soon as they've gone through a run of they've checked all the candy buckets and there was no candy, well, I don't know. There will need to be some indicator of how impatient they got. I'm really trying to avoid doing this with like UI iconography and stuff. Maybe you can bring zombies candy. Like if you have the candy bucket, maybe they'll take it and they'll go back. Instead of killing you. I don't know. Let's not get bogged down at that right now. All right, so we have to change this call. Because right now, on interaction is the thing we do. Pathable floor. Yeah, so we want to say on set target. func ready. Say 4, interactable. So we'll get their children. We'll say interactables. Interactable dot location equals interactable. So it'll just build its dictionary. On path arrival entered area, we say area get parent on arrived at position. And then let's let the character. So on path arrival. Where's the on arrived at? So that's a character function. Oh, on interaction, I made that a keeper function. That's wrong. Onset target is a keeper function. Interactable or character. So we've got on arrived at. I'm gonna go here. We're gonna have a try interaction. Try interact. We're gonna say has path equals false. We'll say set idle. Actually, before we say set idle, we'll say if interactables has okay, I don't want to say the position that we arrive at anymore. I want to have a path arrived at node. Actually, we'll say pathable. Has pathable. Actually, forget about this. We're going to say interactables. Yeah, we can say has. We can say has. We can say try interact pathable. Oh no, we don't need to say pathable. We can say try interact interactables. Okay, we're not going to name this interactables because that's getting stupid. I'm going to say interactables dict. All right, let's see what happens here. Crash, immediate crash. Oh yeah, because we're trying to pass position. What we want to pass is self. We also need to say, we call this signal interaction. This is more of an arrival signal. We're going to call it arrival. No, that's not the arrival. That's, oh no, maybe interaction is fine. We could say cursor, click or something. All right, shovel stand. All right, I arrived here. It gave me the interactable. Cool. Now I need to get a shovel in my hand. I think we need to rotate this thing. Maybe not, though. Maybe we just accept that it's just going to hover in this person's hand. Unless we want to change this. Wait, hold on. Oh, I didn't actually make a scene. New scene. 3D. Shovel. Handle? I don't know. We'll say that. Just to distinguish it from the shovel itself. So this way we could do this. We could set this up a little differently. I kind of want to rotate this. And we want to move it over. Like this. Maybe we want to rotate it again. So when you're carrying it like this. So if I just add this shovel handle, what does it look like? And if I switch your animation, which I can't do, I feel like I need to know where the holdable thing goes. I need to like pick a position that like looks okay. So let's make this editable for a second. Let's switch this to holding both. That's okay for this. It's maybe better if I rotate it back. Like that, yeah. So maybe what I actually need is, so this is at a particular position. So what I actually want to do is I want to make a child node. I want to make it make a node 3D. I want it to be like a pickup. This is something we picked up. Pickups. Put the shovel handle in there. So this I want to be these 375, 285. So all pickups are like generally in the same place then. So I could have a shovel handle. I need to make some like piles of candles that you can pick up, or like a bucket of candy. I need a variant of the pathable that's an open grave, I think. Man, we're so behind. It's okay. It's okay. We're working towards general functionality, which is like once you can pick up and drop off a shovel, you can pick up and drop off a candle, you can pick up and drop off garlic, you can pick up and drop off candy. It just feels worse because it's like I gotta set up all this implementation before we can do anything. So I guess I should implement the other things that you can hold, because that seems relatively easy to do. What else can you hold? You can hold candles. Which kind of candles did I want to use? So there's these and these. There are lanterns as well, but we're gonna need to do a bunch of stuff with lights. We need to set up a bunch of lights. I don't like any of the lights from Kenny assets, I don't think. So I think we're gonna try for the K-Kit ones. K-Kit lights. Candle. Candle melted, candle thin, candle triple. I think it's going to be candle triple. I think that's going to be what you can pick up. And I guess there's a question of how many uses you can have of something like this. I think I'm gonna make everything one use, except maybe the shovel. Actually, no, maybe you don't run out of anything. Maybe you can keep using the thing until you pick up something else. I think that's reasonable. In which case, maybe you do need the shovel to be able to like weed the graves or whatever. I think that'll be fine. I don't think people would be like blown away by that. So let's make a candle bundle. Candle bundle. Let's start to put some candle groups in there. Candle multiple. What's that called? I don't even remember now. Candle triple. I think this needs to be lower. maybe centered? I might add some more candles to this, like you can hold more than just this. I don't know. Let's see what it looks like when we get it in there. Let's save this here for now. Should probably save the interactables in their own spot, huh? At a certain point, I'm going to need to stop working on this stuff. I really want to get this part sorted out, because what I really want to do tonight, when my brain stopped working, is I want to just start laying stuff out. I want to lay out the graveyard, or cemetery, excuse me. It's not a graveyard. I really want to lay this out. Some of it there isn't much to do, like for the zombie pen, there's not really going to be anything in there except decorative stuff, so I would like to start working on that part though soon, but get the rest of the behavior set up, it'll be fine. Alright, so let's get rid of the shovel handle. Let's try something else. Let's try that candle bundle. Candle bundle. So I need more candles for the candle bundle, I think. I guess I gotta decide whether I want the two-handed hold or the one-handed hold. The thing is, pickup is this. Pickup is this two-handed hold. Whereas if I do interact, he goes back. But if I do pickup, he picks it up and is holding it now, which is good. Although, what if I tell him to walk? Oh god, there's no walk and hold. I didn't think about that. Maybe I can tweak this. I can maybe do a holding walk. I can probably copy this animation. The thing is, I guess I only need to copy it for this character, huh? Because I can't edit this scene. I can edit this scene and I can add another animation. I would just need to identify, luckily the legs and the arms and the hands are all here, so if I just removed, if I unchecked this, can I uncheck this? Oh, I can't do any of this stuff. Can I make a copy of this? That has all of this stuff, yes. Delete this animation player. This animation player still has all the animations. In this one, I can make a version that doesn't use the arms. Nope. F. Manage animations. Foreign. Can I make a copy of this? No. Man, this is what sucks about working with assets. I never even thought about the fact that, like, I can't hold something and walk at the same time. It's kind of required. This is the kind of shit that you get bogged down in. Gotta be a way to do this. So I can't edit this. Do I just... So Automatically can't be modified. Make changes to it. A new inherited scene can be created. I did that. That's literally what we have here. But I can't edit this. But this doesn't sit in that. Current animation. So you have all these animations, you know about them. Why can't you edit them? Where does the animated... To modify this animation, navigate to the scene's advanced import settings and select the animation. Some options, including looping, are available there. To add custom tracks, enable save to file and keep custom tracks. Okay, let's try doing it that way instead. Advanced import settings. Open the scene. Look at this. Advanced import settings. Navigate to the scene's advanced import settings. I don't know where that is. I've messed with this stuff before is the thing. I've like gotten to this advanced settings. I just don't know where it is. Let me look this up. Godot advanced import settings. Double click the object in the, oh, I gotta go in here. Okay. Character keeper. This. Loop mode, save to file. Can I make a copy of something? What is set animation save paths? I don't know. I can make local, which I think works because there's only one of these. Let me try that. Where's the resource associated with this? Oh, maybe not here though. Maybe I do it in here. Make local. Can I do that with this? No, I can only do it with the root. Okay. So if I make this local, now I can control it. Now I can do whatever the fuck I want to it. Maybe, maybe not. Nope. Save and reopen the scene if necessary. Okay. Seems necessary. Aha! Yeah, I can do it now. Thank Blob. Alright, so I think I can make another animation. Can I copy? I want to duplicate an animation here. Copy tracks. Select all. Copy. Can I make a new animation? I don't want to add a new track. I want to make a new animation track. Not just one new track. I want to make a whole new animation. Here we go. New. We're going to call it holding. Maybe walk holding. Holding walk. Walk holding. Paste. Edit. Paste tracks. Hell yeah. All right. Rock and roll. Turn the arm off. Play. Oh, but what I need to do is I need the right arm to be in the holding state. So what I'm going to do, so to do that, I'm going to go to the holding both animation. We're going to look at these. We're going to copy these tracks. What does this say? Time 0, rotation, whatever this is. Can I copy this? Yeah, okay, I can copy this particular track. Wait, how do I do that? Copy key. Walk holding. I don't remember what, I don't know what arm that was, dang it. Right arm, okay. Copy key. Walk holding. Right arm. I'm gonna delete all of these. Oh, I didn't want to delete the whole thing. Dang it. Undo. I just want to get rid of all these keys. Delete them. And then paste key. It's got to be at 0. Put it at 0. Okay, that seems to work for some reason, even without the... Oh, because the left arm's not doing anything. I'll still clean this up. Copy this key. Go down to walk holding. Get rid of all this. Paste that. Turn that back on. Walk holding. Huzzah! I mean, it looks stupid that I'm like holding this small bundle of candles. I'm gonna get a bigger bundle of candles. We're gonna make this candle bundle bigger. A skull candle is sick. Candle thin. another one of these, and we like rotate it. Love that. Okay, that's good. That's good. That's getting there. Just need a little bit more on this other side. I should probably have these in like a bin or something. It's a lot of candles, but I think this is okay. I think it communicates that you have an infinite number of candles as long as you're holding this bundle. Maybe these all need to move over a little bit. It's not quite there, but you know, it's good enough probably. All right, candle bundle, shovel handle, candy bin should be fun. Candy bucket. Oops. Candy bucket. Candy bucket A, candy bucket B. What do we got? We got A. Oh, these are empty. They need to be full. Well, let's just see what we have. Candy bucket. B. Okay, so these are our options. I think I like the rounded one better. We're gonna candy bucket B, decorated. Yeah. Maybe we rotate it around. I need a set of these folder interactables. We need to get some of these out of here. I think I mistakenly put some of these in here. That is not good. Characters being in Kenny, I guess, are okay. Not for long, though. Maybe I pulled those out of Kenny. Oh, okay. Shovels. I want these to go into the interactables folder. That was weird. Oh, the scene's like closed. Candy bundle, candy bucket. Interactables. It's like pathables, maybe? Pathables. Oh, this thing moves too. I kind of want the bundle to move with this, but I don't care. I don't care enough. If we have time, we'll figure that out. We can edit the animation, so technically we could add a track for the picked up, and we could just have it move with the root or something. We could actually probably just copy the root animation. But this isn't part of the root, so what if we did that? What if we just put this in here? What if we just put this with the root? Maybe we access this by unique name. Now what if we do it? Doesn't seem to do anything. All right, let's undo that. Could do is we could add a track to this. So what if we just copy these? What if we added a rotation track? Copied this. Oh, Lord. So it's not on the right axis. Yeah, whatever. Maybe later. I think I could fix that. How do I change it back, though? It's just fucked up forever. Okay, great. Hey, Rain and Journey. Can't you make it a child of the arm hand and it will move with it? So I thought. We can try again. Let's put it under the torso, I guess. Okay, then maybe that'll work. It probably needs to be under the arms, you're right. What I do need to do is fix its fucking position, because I really fucked up its position. .375.285. Oh, that was its position when it was part of this. Let's just try to fix it. Let's undo this. May not work with how you have the scene tree set up. The scene tree is a mess. Okay, there we go. So let's just make pickups a unique name so we don't have to worry about what the horrible things that we've done to the scene tree. Let's move this. Let's try to move this back into the right position. Oops, maybe we move this a little. Well, that needs to be even. This needs to be like that. Let's add maybe one more candle to the bundle. Over here. How's that look? It looks like we're holding it, or we're trying to. Okay, I think that's fine. I think we can make this work. It's a lot of candles. But this is the kind of style, the kind of thing we're going for here. Whoa. Oh. That's funny. It follows his right hand. That's kind of neat. Holding both. What does shoot do? No. Walk holding. There we go. Yeah, that's fine. We lost the loop though. There we go. Wait, why isn't it? Oh, we didn't want the auto load. What we want is the loop. There we go. Why is that so long? 0 to... How far does this go? .65? Why does this go to 0? Why does this go so far? What's happened? Oh. 0.65. Okay, we can carry stuff and walk and run with it now. Excellent. Here are our candles. I'm gonna add a bucket of candy next. I'm gonna call this picked up. We're reaching the end of the stream here. I'm feeling not great, but I think it'll be okay. I think I got a long night of getting these interactions to work and laying out this cemetery. I'd be lying if I said not streaming wouldn't help. Definitely will. Having just the quiet space where I don't feel like I'm being observed. That said, this has been a really nice day. Well, it's been a stressful day, but it's been really nice hanging out with everyone. I know we're all in the same boat. Well, I know a lot of us are in the same boat. I still need to make a little tool script to like randomize these floor tiles rotations. Just once. But that's fine. Even if it does it every time, that'll be whatever. Just want to see it all in black and white. Oh, that's funny. When he when he switches to idle, he's just gonna be holding the things in one hand. Maybe I need an idle holding animation. I'll decide if that's a feature or a bug later. Sounds good. You're about to head out too. Take care. Good luck with continued work on the jam. Thanks to Shenanigans. Yeah, we'll see how much I'm able to recover tonight. I was able to recover a lot last night, but I also didn't do very much last night, so this is definitely going to be a big lift. If I can get all the individual elements working and I can lay stuff out, I'll be okay putting it together tomorrow. Because that's what I imagine tomorrow is like taking this pile of stuff and turning it into an experience. But I definitely want to sort out the level design, and I want to be able to, you know, drop off candles and pick up shovels and move them around and stuff. Interactables, candy bucket. So what if I get rid of this and I put a candy bucket here? Candy bucket, interactables. So I probably need to adjust the transform. Okay, no, it's there. So yeah, I got to adjust this. This thing's transform. Vantham 180, what are you making? Hey, Vantham. We're making a game jam game. We're doing the solo development Halloween jam number 9. I'm making a reverse farming game where you're the keeper of a cemetery and your job is to like tend the graves to keep the inhabitants happy so they don't go on like a rampage or whatever. So you got to drop off candles and candies, and this is fine, probably. Maybe a little forward and a little up. How are you doing? How's your Saturday? A little more up. There we go. So you can deliver candy to the zombies. The mysterious guy on Twitch. Very mysterious. Thank you for the follow. Yeah, I think we're going to wrap it up. I'm going to finish these interactables. I'm going to take a break for one thing. I'm going to take a break. Maybe do some dishes. Just walk around the house. And then I'll sit back down and I'm going to set up these interactables so that you can pick them up. So you can like... Let's get this out of here. Because right now, you got a signal. So if you're walking around, you can... go here, and I need you to be able to pick up something. Okay, maybe we don't need the animation, the idle animation that plays. Maybe that's not an appropriate time to play the idle animation. Attempt to open scene, pathable.floor.gd. I think that actually failed. Oh, we do need to stop. I need a little animation manager. Set walk. I'll have a clear walk, I guess. Here. Let's have a bool that we pass in. Play. It's a bool. Play. Else. Is there no stop command? Yeah, there is. Keep state bool. What does keep state mean? Keep state probably means like stop gracefully. What does that mean? I wish there was like a... I need a queue. Oh. I gotta wrap it up. There's gotta be a way to like elegantly... I gotta have like a little animation queue or something. It looks like there is a queue. Maybe I turn loop off of walk and we literally like queue up the walk every time. I don't know. Like if it finishes and we're walking, we keep walking. Because what I've got currently going on right now sucks. Oh, he literally stops in like... That's crazy. Yeah, I'll come up with a solution for that. That shouldn't be that hard. He says famous last words. Oh my god, what the f... The absolute fuck. Whatever. Alright, we're done. I'm gonna figure this out offline. Or I'm gonna flip my shit. Because, god, I don't like Animation Player. I don't use it very often. Alright, take it easy, Danigans. Rhiannon Journey. Everyone. Anyone else still hanging out, thank you so much. We'll be back tomorrow for what'll be an incredibly stressful final push through the audio, the UI, the scene structure, all that stuff that's harder than anything I've done so far, generally. Well, the audio should be fine. But yeah, we're gonna keep going. We'll see. This was gonna be a chill game jam, but I really like this idea and I want to really do something good, so I don't know, we might start to go pretty hard here. But yeah, thank you all so much for watching. I hope you have a great rest of your night. And I'll see y'all next time. Bye.